By word of mouth. Not though you die tonight, oh sweet and wail, a spectre at my door, shall mortal fear make love immortal fail, I shall but love you more. Who, from death's house returning, give me still one moment's comfort in my matchless ill. Shadow Houses. This tale may be explained by those who know how souls are made, and where the bounds of the possible are put down. I have lived long enough in this India to know that it is best to know nothing, and can only write the story as it happened. Dumoise was our civil surgeon at Meridki, and we called him Dormouse because he was a round little, sleepy little man. He was a good doctor, and never quarrelled with anyone, not even with our deputy commissioner, who had the manners of a bargee and the tact of a horse. He married a girl as round and as sleepy-looking as himself. She was a Miss Hillardyce, daughter of Squash Hillardyce of the Birars, who married his chief's daughter by mistake. But that is another story. A honeymoon in India is seldom more than a week long, but there's nothing to hinder a couple from extending it over 2 or 3 years. India is a delightful country for married folk who are wrapped up in one another. They can live absolutely alone and without interruption, just as the Dormice did. Those 2 little people retired from the world after their marriage and were very happy. They were forced, of course, to give occasional dinners, but they made no friends thereby, and the station went its own way and forgot them, only saying occasionally that Dormouse was the best of good fellows, though dull. A civil surgeon who never quarrels is a rarity, appreciated as such. Few people can afford to play Robinson Crusoe anywhere, least of all in India, where we are few in the land and very much dependent on each other's kind offices. Dumoise was wrong in shutting himself from the world for a year, and he discovered his mistake when an epidemic of typhoid broke out in the station in the heart of the cold weather, and his wife went down. He was shy, little man, and 5 days were wasted before he realised that Mrs. Dumoise was burning with something worse than simple fever, and 3 days more passed before he ventured to call on Mrs. Shute, the engineer's wife, and timidly speak about his trouble. Nearly every household in India knows that doctors are very helpless in typhoid. The battle must be fought out between death and the nurses, minute by minute and degree by degree. Mrs. Shute almost boxed Dumoise's ears for what she called his criminal delay, and went off at once to look after the poor girl. We had 7 cases of typhoid in the station that winter, and as the average of death is about 1 in every 5 cases, we felt certain that we should have to lose somebody. But all did their best. The women sat up nursing the women, and the men turned to and tended the bachelors who were down. And we wrestled with those typhoid cases for 56 days, and brought them through the valley of the shadow in triumph. But just when we thought all was over, and were going to give a dance to celebrate the victory, little Mrs. Dumoise got a relapse, and died in a week, and the station went to the funeral. Dumoise broke down utterly at the brink of the grave, and had to be taken away. After the death, Dumoise crept into his own house and refused to be comforted. He did his duties perfectly, but we all felt that he should go on leave, and the other men of his own service told him so. Dumoise was very thankful for the suggestion. He was thankful for anything in those days, and went to Chini on a walking tour. Chini is some 20 marches from Simla, in the heart of the hills, and the scenery is good if you're in trouble. You pass through big, still deodar forests, and under big, still cliffs, and over big, still grass downs, swelling like a woman's breasts, and the wind across the grass, and the rain among the deodars says hush, hush, hush. So little Dumoise was packed off to Chini to wear down his grief with a full-plate camera and a rifle. He took also a useless sparer because the man had been his wife's favourite servant. He was idle and a thief, but Dumoise trusted everything to him. On his way back from Chini, Dumoise turned aside to Buggy through the forest reserve which is on the spur of Mount Hatu. Some men who had travelled more than a little say that the march from Kotegar to Buggy is one of the finest in creation. It runs through dark, wet forest and ends suddenly in bleak, nipped hillside and black rocks. A baggy dak bungalow is open to all the winds and is bitterly cold. Few people go to Buggy. Perhaps that was the reason why Dumas went there. He halted at 7 in the evening, and his bearer went down the hillside to the village to engage coolies for the next day's march. The sun had set, and the night winds were beginning to croon among the rocks. Dumas leaned on the railing of the veranda, waiting for his bearer to return. The man came back almost immediately after he disappeared, and at such a rate that Dumas fancied he must have crossed a bear. He was running as hard as he could up the face of the hill, but there was no bear to account for his terror. He raced to the veranda and fell down, the blood spurting from his nose and his face iron grey. Then he gurgled, "I have seen the Mem Sahib! I have seen the Mem Sahib!" "Where?" said Dumas. "Down there, walking on the road to the village. She was in a blue dress, and she lifted the veil of her bonnet and said, 'Ramdas, give me my salams to the Sahib, and tell him that I shall meet him next month in Nadir.' And then I ran away because I was afraid." What Dumas said or did, I do not know. Ramdas declares that he said nothing, but walked up and down the veranda all the cold night, waiting for the Mem Sahib to come up the hill and stretching out his arms into the dark like a madman. But no Mem Sahib came, and next day he went on to Simla, cross-questioning the bearer every hour. Ramdas could only say that he had met Mrs. Dumas, and that she had lifted up her veil and given him the message, which he had faithfully repeated to Dumas. To this statement Ramdas adhered. He did not know where Nadir was, he had no friends at Nadir, and he would most certainly never go to Nadir, even though his pay were doubled. Nadir is in Bengal and has nothing whatever to do with a doctor serving in the Punjab. It must be more than 1,200 miles south of Meredki. Dumas went through Simla without halting and returned to Meredki, there to take over charge from the man who had been officiating for him during his tour. There were some dispensary accounts to be explained and some recent orders of the Surgeon General to be noted, and altogether the taking over was a full day's work. In the evening, Dumas told his locum tenens, who was an old friend of his bachelor days, what had happened at Buggy, and the man said that Ramdas might as well have chosen Tuticorin while he was about it. At that moment, a telegraph peon came in with a telegram from Simla ordering Dumas not to take over charge at Meredki, but to go at once to Nadir on special duty. There was a nasty outbreak of cholera at Nadir, and the Bengal government, being short-handed as usual, had borrowed a surgeon from the Punjab. Dumas threw the telegram across the table and said, "Well?" The other doctor said nothing. It was all that he could say. And then he remembered that Dumas had passed through Simla on his way from Buggy, and thus might possibly have heard first news of the impending transfer. He tried to put the question and the implied suspicion into words, but Dumas stopped him with, "If I had desired that, I should never have come back from Chini. I was shooting there. I wish to live, for I have things to do, but I shall not be sorry." The other man bowed his head and helped, in the twilight, to pack up Dumas's just open trunks, and Ramdas entered with the lamps. "Where is the Sahib going?" he asked. "To Nadir," said Dumas softly. Ramdas clawed Dumas's knees and boots and begged him not to go. Ramdas wept and howled till he was turned out of the room. Then he wrapped up all his belongings and came back to ask for a character. He was not going to Nadir to see his Sahib die, and perhaps to die himself. So Dumas gave the man his wages and went down to Nadir alone, the other doctor bidding him goodbye as one under sentence of death. 11 days later he had joined his Mem Sahib, and the Bengal government had to borrow a fresh doctor to cope with that epidemic at Nadir. The first importation lay dead in Chudanga, Dak Bungalow. The drums of the fore and aft, and a little child shall lead them. In the army list they still stand as the Fore and Fit Princess Hohenzollern Sigmaringen Ausbach's Merthyr Tydfilshire Own Royal Loyal Light Infantry Regimental District 329A. But the army, through all its barracks and canteens, knows them now as the Fore and Aft. They may in time do something that shall make their new title honourable, but at present they are bitterly ashamed, and the man who calls them Fore and Aft does so at the risk of his head, which is on his shoulders. 2 words breathed into the stables of a certain cavalry regiment will bring the men out into the streets with belts and mops and bad language, but a whisper of fore and aft will bring out this regiment with rifles. Their one excuse is that they came again and did their best to finish the job in style, but for a time all their world knows that they were openly beaten, whipped, dumb-cowed, shaking and afraid. The men know it. Their officers know it, the horse guards know it, and when the next war comes, the enemy will know it also. There are 2 or 3 regiments of the line that have a black mark against their names, which they will then wipe out, and it will be excessively inconvenient for the troops upon whom they do their wiping. The courage of the British officer is officially supposed to be above proof, and as a general rule, it is so. The exceptions are decently shovelled out of sight, only to be referred to in the freshet of unguarded talk that occasionally swamps a best table at midnight. And then one hears strange and horrible stories of men not following their officers, of orders being given by those who had no right to give them, and of disgrace that, but for the standing luck of the British Army, might have ended in brilliant disaster. These are unpleasant stories to listen to, and the messes tell them under their breath, sitting by the big wood fires, and the young officer bows his head and thinks to himself, "Please God, his men shall never behave unhandily." The British soldier is not altogether to be blamed for occasional lapses, but this verdict he should not know. A moderately intelligent general will waste 6 months in mastering the craft of the particular war that he may be waging. A colonel may utterly misunderstand the capacity of his regiment for 3 months after it has taken the field, and even a company commander may err and be deceived as to the temper and temperament of his own handful, wherefore the soldier, and the soldier of today more particularly, should not be blamed for falling back. He should be shot or hanged afterward, pour encourager les autres, but he should not be vilified in newspapers, for that is want of tact and waste of space. He has, let us say, been in the service of the Empress for perhaps 4 years. He will leave in another 2 years. He has no inherited morals, and 4 years are not sufficient to drive toughness into his fibre or to teach him how holy a thing is his regiment. He wants to drink. He wants to enjoy himself. In India, he wants to save money, and he does not in the least like getting hurt. He has received just sufficient education to make him understand half the purport of the orders he receives, and to speculate on the nature of clean, incised, and shattering wounds. Thus, if he is told to deploy under fire preparatory to an attack, he knows that he runs a very great risk of being killed while he is deploying, and suspects that he is being thrown away to gain 10 minutes' time. He may either deploy with desperate swiftness, or he may shuffle, or bunch, or break, according to the discipline under which he has lain for 4 years. Armed with imperfect knowledge, cursed with the rudiments of an imagination, hampered by the intense selfishness of the lower classes, and unsupported by any regimental associations, this young man is suddenly introduced to an enemy who in eastern lands is always ugly, generally tall and hairy, and frequently noisy. If he looks to the right and the left and sees old soldiers, men of 12 years' service who he knows what they are about, taking a charge, rush or demonstration without embarrassment, he is consoled and applies his shoulder to the butt of his rifle with a stout heart. His peace is the greater if he hears a senior who has taught him his soldiering and broken his head on occasion, whispering, "They'll shout and carry on like this for 5 minutes, then they'll rush in, and then we've got 'em by the short hairs." But, on the other hand, if he sees only men of his own term of service turning white and playing with their triggers and saying, "What the hell's up now?" while the company commanders are sweating into their sword hilts and shouting, "Front rank, fix bayonets, steady there, steady, sight for 300, no, for 5, lie down, all, steady, front rank, kneel," and so forth, he becomes unhappy and grows acutely miserable when he hears a comrade turn over with the rattle of fire irons falling into the fender and the grunt of a poleaxed ox. If he can be moved about a little and allowed to watch the effect of his own fire on the enemy, he feels merrier, and may then be worked up to the blind passion of fighting, which is, contrary to general belief, controlled by a chilly devil, and shakes men like ague. If he is not moved about and begins to feel cold at the pit of his stomach, and in that crisis is badly mauled, and his orders that were never given, he will break, and he will break badly. And of all things under the sight of the sun, there is nothing more terrible than a broken British regiment. When the worst comes to the worst, and the panic is really epidemic, the men must be e'en let go, and the company commanders had better escape to the enemy and stay there for safety's sake. If they can be made to come again, they are not pleasant men to meet, because they will not break twice. About 30 years from this date, when we have succeeded in half-educating everything that wears trousers, our army will be a beautifully unreliable machine. It will know too much, and it will do too little. Later still, when all men are at the mental level of the officer of today, it will sweep the earth. Speaking roughly, you must employ either blackguards or gentlemen, or, best of all, blackguards, commanded by gentlemen, to do butcher's work with efficiency and dispatch. The ideal soldier should, of course, think for himself. The pocketbook says so. Unfortunately, to attain this virtue, he has to pass through the phase of thinking for himself, and that is misdirected genius. A blackguard may be slow to think for himself, but he is genuinely anxious to kill, and a little punishment teaches him how to guard his own skin and perforate another's. A powerfully prayerful Highland regiment, offered by rank Presbyterians, is perhaps 1 degree more terrible in action than a hard-bitten 1,000 of irresponsible Irish ruffians led by most improper young unbelievers. But these things prove the rule, which is that the midway men are not to be trusted alone. They have ideas about the value of life and an upbringing that has not taught them to go on and take the chances. They are carefully unprovided with the backing of comrades who have been shot over, and until that backing is reintroduced, as a great many regimental commanders intend it shall be, they are more liable to disgrace themselves than the size of the empire or the dignity of the army allows. Their officers are as good can be, because their training begins early, and God has arranged that a clean-run youth of the British middle classes shall, in the matter of backbone, brains, and bowels, surpass all other youths. For this reason, a child of 18 will stand up, doing nothing with a tin sword in his hand, and joy in his heart, until he is dropped. If he dies like a gentleman. If he lives, he writes home that he has been potted, sniped, chipped, or cut over, and sits down to besiege government for a wound gratuity until the next little war breaks out, when he purges himself before a medical board, blarneys his colonel, burns incense round his adjutant, and is allowed to go to the front once more. Which homily brings me directly to a brace of the most finished little fiends that ever banged drum or tootled fife in the band of a British regiment. They ended their sinful career by open and flagrant mutiny, and were shot for it. Their names were Jakin and Lou, Piggy Lou, and they were bold, bad drummer boys, both of them frequently birched by the drum major of the fore and aft. Jakin was a stunted child of 14, and Lou was about the same age. When not looked after, they smoked and drank. They swore habitually after the manner of the barrack-room, which is cold swearing and comes from between clenched teeth, and they fought religiously once a week. Jakin had sprung from some London gutter, and may or may not have passed through Dr. Barnardo's hands ere he arrived at the dignity of drummer boy. Lou could remember nothing except the regiment and the delight of listening to the band from his earliest years. He hid somewhere in his grimy little soul a genuine love for music, and was mistakenly furnished with the head of a cherub, insomuch that beautiful ladies who watched the regiment in church were wont to speak of him as a darling. They never heard his vitriolic comments on their manners and morals as he walked back to barracks with the band, and matured fresh causes of offence against Jakin. The other drummer boys hated both lads on account of their illogical conduct. Jakin might be pounding Lou, or Lou might be rubbing Jakin's head in the dirt, but any attempt at aggression on the part of an outsider was met by the combined forces of Lou and Jakin, and the consequences were painful. The boys were the Ishmaels of the corps, but wealthy Ishmaels, for they sold battles in alternate weeks for the sport of the barracks when they were not pitted against other boys, and thus amassed money. On this particular day, there was dissension in the camp. They had just been convicted afresh of smoking, which is bad for little boys who use plug tobacco, and Lou's contention was that Jakin had stunk so horrid bad from keeping the pipe in the pocket that he, and he alone, was responsible for the birching they were both tingling under. "I tell you, I hid the pipe back of barracks," said Jakin pacifically. "You're a blooming liar," said Lou, without heat. "You're a blooming little bastard," said Jakin, strong in the knowledge that his own ancestry was unknown. And now, there is one word in the extended vocabulary of barrack-room abuse that cannot pass without comment. You may call a man a thief and risk nothing. You may even call him a coward without finding more than a boot whiz past your ear. But you must not call a man a bastard unless you are prepared to prove it on his front teeth. "You might have kept that till I wasn't so sore," said Lou, sorrowfully dodging round Jakin's guard. "I'll make you sorer," said Jakin genially, and got home on Lou's alabaster forehead. All would have gone well, and this story, as the books say, would never have been written had not his evil fate prompted the bizarre sergeant's son, a long, employless man of 25, to put in an appearance after the first round. He was eternally in need of money, and knew that the boys had silver. "Fighting again," said he. "I'll report you to my father, and he'll report you to the colour sergeant." "What's that to you?" said Jakin, with an unpleasant dilation of his nostrils. "Oh, nothing to me. You'll get in trouble, and you've been up too often to afford that." "What the hell do you know about what we've done?" asked Lou, the seraph. "You aren't in the army, you lousy cadging civilian." He closed in on the man's left flank. "Just 'cause you find two gentlemen settling their differences with their fists, you stick in your ugly nose where you aren't wanted. Run home to your half-caste slut of a ma, or we'll give you what for," said Jakin. The man attempted reprisals by knocking the boys' heads together. The scheme would have succeeded had not Jakin punched him vehemently in the stomach, or had Lou refrained from kicking his shins. They fought together, bleeding and breathless, for half an hour, and after heavy punishment triumphantly pulled down their opponent as terriers pull down a jackal. "Now," gasped Jakin, "I'll give you what for." He proceeded to pound the man's features while Lou stamped on the outlying portions of his anatomy. Chivalry is not a strong point in the composition of the average drummer boy. He fights, as do his betters, to make his mark. Ghastly was the ruin that escaped, and awful was the wrath of the bizarre sergeant. Awful, too, was the scene in the orderly room when the two reprobates appeared to answer the charge of half-murdering a civilian. The bizarre sergeant thirsted for criminal action, and his son lied. The boy stood to attention while the black clouds of evidence accumulated. "You little devils are more trouble than the rest of the regiment put together," said the colonel angrily. "One might as well admonish Thistledown, and I can't well put you in cells or under stoppages. You must be flogged again." "Beg your pardon, sir. Can't we say nothing in our defence, sir?" shrilled Jakin. "Hey, what? Are you going to argue with me?" said the colonel. "No, sir," said Lou. "But if a man come to you, sir, and said he was going to report you, sir, for having a bit of a turn-up with a friend, sir, and wanted to get money out of you, sir—" The orderly room exploded in a roar of laughter. "Well," said the colonel, "that was what that measly Junward there did, sir, and he'd have done it, sir, if we hadn't prevented him. We didn't hit him much, sir. He hadn't no manner of right to interfere with us, sir. I don't mind being flogged by the drum major, sir, not yet reported by any corporal, but I don't think it's fair, sir, for a civilian to come and talk over a man in the army." A second shout of laughter shook the orderly room, but the colonel was grave. "What sort of characters have these boys?" he asked of the regimental sergeant-major. "According to the bandmaster, sir," returned that revered official, the only soul of the regiment whom the boys feared, "they do everything but lie, sir." "Is it like we go for that man for fun, sir?" said Lou, pointing to the plaintiff. "Oh, admonished, said the colonel testily, and when the boys had gone, he read the bizarre sergeant's son a lecture on the sin of unprofitable meddling, and gave orders that the bandmaster should keep the drums in better discipline. "If either of you come to practice again with so much as a scratch on your two ugly little faces," thundered the bandmaster, "I'll tell the drum major to take the skin off your backs. Understand that, you young devils?" Then he repented of his speech for just the length of time that Lou, looking like a seraph in red worsted embellishments, took the place of one of the trumpets in hospital and rendered the echo of a battle-piece. Lou certainly was a musician, and had often in his more exalted moments expressed a yearning to master every instrument of the band. "There's nothing to prevent your becoming a bandmaster, Lou," said the bandmaster, who had composed waltzes of his own and worked night and day in the interests of the band. "What did he say?" demanded Jakin after practice. "Said I might be a blooming bandmaster, and he asked him to have a glass of sherry and wine on mess nights." "Oh, said you might be a blooming non-combatant, did he? That's just about what he would say. When I've put in my boy's service, it's a blooming shame that doesn't count for pension. I'll take it on a privet, and then I'll be a lance in a year. Knowing what I know about the ins and outs of things, in 3 years I'll be a blooming sergeant. I won't marry then, not I. I'll hold on and learn the officer's way and apply for exchange into a regiment that doesn't know all about me. Then I'll be a blooming officer. Then I'll ask you to have a glass of sherry wine, Mr. Lou, and you'll blooming well have to stay in the anteroom while the mess sergeant brings it to your dirty hands." "Suppose I'm going to be a bandmaster?" "Not I, quite. I'll be officer too. There's nothing like taking a thing and sticking to it, the schoolmaster says. The regiment don't go home for another 7 years. I'll be a lance then, or near to." And thus the boys discussed their futures and conducted themselves with exemplary piety for a week. That is to say, Lou started a flirtation with the colour sergeant's daughter, aged 13, not, as he explained to Jakin, with any intention of matrimony, but by way of keeping me hand in. And the black-haired Chris Deligan enjoyed that flirtation more than previous ones, and the other drummer boys raged furiously together, and Jakin preached sermons on the dangers of being tangled along a petticoats. But neither love nor virtue would have held Lou long in the paths of propriety had not the rumour gone abroad that the regiment was to be sent on active service to take part in a war which, for the sake of brevity, we will call the War of the Lost Tribes. The barracks had the rumour almost before the mess room, and of all the 900 men in barracks, not 10 had seen a shot fired in anger. The colonel had, 20 years ago, assisted at a frontier expedition. One of the majors had seen service at the Cape. A confirmed deserter in E Company had helped to clear streets in Ireland, but that was all. The regiment had been put by for many years. The overwhelming mass of its rank and file had from 3 to 4 years' service. The non-commissioned officers were under 30 years old, and men and sergeants alike had forgotten to speak of the stories written in brief upon the colours. The new colours that had been formally blessed by an archbishop in England ere the regiment came away. They wanted to go to the front. They were enthusiastically anxious to go, but they had no knowledge of what war meant, and there was none to tell them. They were an educated regiment. The percentage of school certificates in their ranks was high, and most of the men could do more than read and write. They had been recruited in loyal observance of the territorial idea, but they themselves had no notion of that idea. They were made up of drafts from an overpopulated manufacturing district. The system had put flesh and muscle upon their small bones, but it could not put heart into the sons of those who for generations had done over much work for over scanty pay, had sweated in drying rooms, stooped over looms, coughed among white lead, and shivered on lime barges. The men had found food and rest in the army, and now they were going to fight niggers, people who ran away if you shook a stick at them. Wherefore they cheered lustily when the rumour ran, and the shrewd, clerkly non-commissioned officers speculated on the chances of batter and of saving their pay. At headquarters, men said, "The fore and fit have never been under fire within the last generation. Let us therefore break them in easily by setting them to guard lines of communication." And this would have been done but for the fact that British regiments were wanted, badly wanted, at the front, and there were doubtful native regiments that could fill the minor duties. "Brigade 'em with 2 strong regiments," said headquarters. "They may be knocked about a bit, but they'll learn their business before they come through. Nothing like a night alarm and a little cutting up of stragglers to make a regiment smart in the field. Wait till they've had half a dozen sentries' throats cut." The colonel wrote with delight that the temper of his men was excellent, that the regiment was all that could be wished, and as sound as a bell. The majors smiled with a sober joy, and the subalterns waltzed in pairs down the mess room after dinner, and nearly shot themselves at revolver practice. But there was consternation in the hearts of Jakin and Lou. What was to be done with the drums? Would the band go to the front? How many of the drums would be accompanying the regiment? They took counsel together, sitting in a tree and smoking. "It's more than a blooming toss-up. They'll leave us behind at the depot with the women. You'll like that," said Jakin sarcastically. "'Cause of Chris, you mean? What's a woman or old blooming depot women alongside of the chance of field service? "You know I'm as keen on going as you," said Lou. "Wish I was a blooming bugler," said Jakin sadly. "They'll take Tom Kidd along, that I can plaster a wall with, and like as not they won't take us." "Then let's go and make Tom Kidd so blooming sick he can't bugle no more. You hold his hands and I'll kick him," said Lou, wriggling on the branch. "That ain't no good neither. We ain't the sort of characters to presume on our reputations. They're bad. If they have the band at the depot, we don't go, and nowhere are there. If they take the band, we may get cast for medical unfitness. Are you medical fit, Piggy?" said Jakin, digging Lou in the ribs with force. "Yes," said Lou with an oath. "The doctor says your heart's weak through smoking on an empty stomach. Throw a chest and I'll try you." Jakin threw out his chest, which Lou smote with all his might. Jakin turned very pale, gasped, crowed, screwed up his eyes and said, "That's all right." "You'll do," said Lou. "I've heard of men dying when you hit 'em fair on the breastbone." "Don't bring us no near going, though," said Jakin. "Do you know where we're ordered?" "Gord knows, and he won't split on a pal. Somewhere's up to the front to kill pathans, airy big beggars that turn you inside out if they get hold of you. They say their women are good looking too." "Any loot?" asked the abandoned Jakin. "Not a blooming anna, they say, unless you dig up the ground and see what the niggers have hid. They're a poor lot." Jakin stood upright on the branch and gazed across the plain. "Lou," said he, "there's the Colonel coming. Colonel's a good old beggar. Let's go and talk to him." Lou nearly fell out of the tree at the audacity of the suggestion. Like Jakin, he feared not God, neither regarded he man. But there are limits, even to the audacity of drummer boys, and to speak to a colonel was... But Jakin had slid down the trunk and doubled in the direction of the Colonel. That officer was walking, wrapped in thought and visions of a CB, yes, even a KCB, for had he not at command one of the best regiments of the line, the 4 and Fit, and he was aware of 2 small boys charging down upon him. Once before it had been solemnly reported to him that the drums were in a state of mutiny, Jakin and Lou being the ringleaders. This looked like an organised conspiracy. The boys halted at 20 yards, walked to the regulation 4 paces, and saluted together, each as well set up as a ramrod and little taller. The Colonel was in a genial mood. The boys appeared very forlorn and unprotected on the desolate plain, and one of them was handsome. "Well," said the Colonel, recognising them, "are you going to pull me down in the open? I'm sure I never interfere with you, even though," he sniffed suspiciously, "you have been smoking." It was time to strike while the iron was hot. Their hearts beat tumultuously. "Beg your pardon, sir," began Jakin. "The regiment's ordered on active service, sir." "So I believe," said the Colonel courteously. "Is the band going, sir?" they both said together. Then, without a pause, "We're going, sir, ain't we?" "You?" said the Colonel, stepping back the more fully to take in the 2 small figures. "You? You'd die in the first march." "No, we wouldn't, sir. We can march with the regiment anywheres, parade and anywhere else," said Jakin. "If Tom Kidd goes, he'll sharp like a clasp knife," said Lou. "Tom has very close veins in both his legs, sir." "Very? How much?" "Very close veins, sir. That's why they swells after long parade, sir. If he can go, we can go, sir." Again the Colonel looked at them long and intently. "Yes, the band is going," he said, as gravely as though he had been addressing a brother officer. "Have you any parents, either of you two?" "No, sir," rejoicingly from Lou and Jakin. "We're both orphans, sir. There's no one to be considered of on our account, sir." "You poor little sprats. And you want to go up to the front with the regiment, do you? Why?" "I've wore the Queen's uniform for 2 years," said Jakin. "It's very odd, sir, that a man don't get no recompense for doing his duty, sir." And if I don't go, sir," interrupted Lou, "the bandmaster, he says he'll catch and make a blessed musician of me, sir, before I've even seen any service, sir." The Colonel made no answer for a long time. Then he said quietly, "If you're passed by the doctor, I dare say you can go. I shouldn't smoke if I were you." The boys saluted and disappeared. The Colonel walked home and told the story to his wife, who nearly cried over it. The Colonel was well pleased. If that was the temper of the children, what would not the men do? Jakin and Lou entered the boys' barrack room with great stateliness and refused to hold any conversation with their comrades for at least 10 minutes. And then, bursting with pride, Jakin drawled, I've been interviewing the Colonel. A good old beggar is the Colonel. Says I to him, Colonel, says I, let me go to the front along with the regiment. To the front you shall go, says he, and I only wish there was more like you among the dirty little devils that bang the blooming drums. Kid, if you throw your accoutrements at me for telling you the truth to your own advantage, your legs will swell. Nonetheless, there was a battle royale in the barrack room, for the boys were consumed with envy and hate, and neither Jakin nor Lou behaved in conciliatory wise. I'm going out to say adieu to me girl, said Lou, to cap the climax. Don't none of you touch me, Kit, 'cause it's wanted for active service, me being specially invited to go by the Colonel. He strolled forth and whistled in the clump of trees at the back of the married quarters till Chris came to him, and the preliminary kisses being given and taken, Lou began to explain the situation. I'm going to the front with the regiment, he said valiantly. Piggy, you're a little liar, said Chris, but her heart misgave her, for Lou was not in the habit of lying. Lie yourself, Chris, said Lou, slipping an arm around her. I'm going. When the regiment marches out, you'll see me with 'em all, gallant and gay. Give us another kiss, Chris, on the strength of it. If you'd only have stayed at the depot, where you ought to have been, you could get as many of them as you damn please, whimpered Chris, putting up her mouth. It's hard, Chris, I'll grant you it's hard. But what's a man to do? If I'd stayed at the depot, you wouldn't think anything of me. Like as not, but I'd have you with me, Piggy, and all the thinking in the world isn't like kissing. And all the kissing in the world isn't like having a medal to wear on the front of your coat. You won't get no medal. Oh, yes, I shall, though. Me and Jakin are the only acting drummers that'll be took along, and the rest is all full men, and we'll get our medals with 'em. They might have taken anybody but you, Piggy, but you'll get killed. You're so venturesome. Stay with me, Piggy, darling, down at the depot, and I'll love you true forever. Ain't you going to do that now, Chris? You said you was. Of course I am, but others more comfortable. Wait till you've growed a bit, Piggy. You aren't no taller than me now. I've been in the army for 2 years, and I'm not going to get out of a chance to see in service, and don't you try to make me do so. I'll come back, Chris, and when I take on as a man, I'll marry you. I'll marry you when I'm a lance. You promise, Piggy? Lou reflected on the future, as arranged by Jakin a short time previously, but Chris's mouth was very near to his own. I promise, so help me God, said he. Chris slid an arm around his neck. I won't hold you back no more, Piggy. Go away and get your medal, and I'll make you a new button bag as nice as I know how, she whispered. I'll put some of your hair into it, Chris, and I'll keep it in my pocket so long as I'm alive. And then Chris wept anew, and the interview ended. The public feeling among the drummer boys rose to fever pitch, and the lives of Jakin and Lou became unenviable. Not only had they been permitted to enlist 2 years before the regulation boy's age, 14, but by virtue, it seemed, of their extreme youth, they were allowed to go to the front, which thing had not happened to acting drummers within the knowledge of boy. The band, which was to accompany the regiment, had been cut down to the regulation 20 men, the surplus returning to the ranks. Jakin and Lou were attached to the band as supernumeraries, though they would much have preferred being company buglers. Don't matter much, said Jakin after the medical inspection. Be thankful that we're allowed to go at all. The doctor, he said that if we could stand what we took from the bizarre sergeant's son, we stand pretty nigh anything. Which we will, said Lou, looking tenderly at the ragged and ill-made housewife that Chris had given him, with a lock of her hair worked into a sprawling L upon the cover. It was the best I could, she sobbed. I wouldn't let mother nor the sergeant's tailor help me. Keep it always, Piggy, and remember, I love you true. They marched to the railway station, 960 strong, and every soul in cantonments turned out to see them go. The drummers gnashed their teeth at Jakin and Lou, marching with the band. The married women wept upon the platform, and the regiment cheered its noble self, black in the face. A nice level lot, said the colonel to the second-in-command as they watched the first 4 companies in training. Fit to do anything, said the second-in-command enthusiastically, but it seems to me they're a thought too young and tender for the work in hand. It's bitter cold up at the front now. They're sound enough, said the colonel. We must take our chance of sick casualties. So they went northward, ever northward, past droves and droves of camels, armies of camp followers and legions of laden mules, the throng thickening day by day, till, with a shriek, the train pulled up at a hopelessly congested junction where 6 lines of temporary track accommodated 6 40-wagon trains where whistles blew, babus sweated, and commissariat officers swore from dawn till far into the night amid the wind-driven chaff of the fodder bales and the lowing of 1,000 steers. "Hurry up, you're badly wanted at the front," was the message that greeted the fore and aft, and the occupants of the Red Cross carriages told the same tale. "'Tisn't so much the bloomin' fighting," gasped a headbound trooper of hussars to a knot of admiring fore and afts. "'Tisn't so much the bloomin' fighting, though there's enough of that. It's the bloomin' food, and the bloomin' climate. Frost all night, except when it hails, and biling sun all day. And the water stinks fit to knock you down. I've got me head chipped like an egg. I've got pneumonia too, and me gut is all out of order. Tain't no bloomin' picnic in these parts, I can tell you." "What are the niggers like?" demanded a private. "And there's some prisoners in that train yonder. Go and look at 'em. They're the aristocracy of the country. The common folk are a dashed sight uglier. If you want to know what they fight with, reach under my seat and pull out the long knife that's there." They dragged out and beheld for the first time the grim, bone-handled, triangular Afghan knife. It was almost as long as Lou. "That's the thing to ginchy," said the trooper feebly. "It can take off a man's arm at the shoulder as easy as slicing butter. I halved the beggar that used that, but there's more of his likes up above. They don't understand thrusting, but they're devils to slice." The men strolled across the tracks to inspect the Afghan prisoners. They were unlike any niggers that the fore and aft had ever met, these huge, black-haired, scowling sons of the Beni Israel. As the men stared, the Afghans spat freely and muttered one to another with lowered eyes. "My eyes, what awful swine," said Jakin, who was in the rear of the procession. "Say, old man, how you got puck-road, eh? Kiswusty, it wasn't hanged for your ugly face, eh?" The tallest of the company turned his leg irons, clanking at the movement, and stared at the boy. "See," he cried to his fellows in Pushto, "they sent children against us. What a people, and what fools." "Yeah," said Jakin, nodding his head cheerily. "You go down country, kinda get penny company, get live like a bloomin' Roger Limarfik. That's better bandobusts than bayonet. Get it in your innards. Goodbye, old man. Take care of your beautiful figure and try to look cushy." The men laughed and fell in for their first march, when they began to realise that a soldier's life was not all beer and skittles. They were much impressed with the size and bestial ferocity of the niggers whom they had now learned to call pathans, and more with the exceeding discomfort of their own surroundings. 20 old soldiers in the corps would have taught them how to make themselves moderately snug at night, but they had no old soldiers, and as the troops on the line of march said, they live like pigs. They learned the heart-breaking cussedness of camp kitchens and camels, and the depravity of an EP tent and a wither-wrung mule. They studied animalculae in water, and developed a few cases of dysentery in their study. At the end of their third march, they were disagreeably surprised by the arrival in their camp of a hammered iron slug, which fired from a steady rest at 700 yards, flicked out the brains of a private seated by the fire. This robbed them of their peace for a night, and was the beginning of a long-range fire carefully calculated to that end. In the daytime, they saw nothing except an occasional puff of smoke from a crag above the line of march. At night, there were distant spurts of flame and occasional casualties which set the whole camp blazing into the gloom, and occasionally into opposite tents. Then they swore vehemently, and vowed that this was magnificent, but not war. Indeed, it was not. The regiment could not halt for reprisals against the francs-tireurs of the countryside. Its duty was to go forward and make connection with the Scotch and Gurkha troops with which it was brigaded. The Afghans knew this, and knew too, after their first tentative shots, that they were dealing with a raw regiment. Thereafter they devoted themselves to the task of keeping the fore and aft on the strain. Not for anything would they have taken equal liberties with a seasoned corps, with the wicked little Gurkhas, whose delight it was to lie out in the open on a dark night and stalk their stalkers, with the terrible big men dressed in women's clothes who could be heard praying to their God in the night watches, and whose peace of mind no amount of sniping could shake, or with those vile Sikhs who marched so ostentatiously unprepared and who dealt out such grim reward to those who tried to profit by that unpreparedness. This white regiment was different, quite different. It slept like a hog, and like a hog charged in every direction when it was roused. Its sentries walked with a footfall that could be heard for a quarter of a mile, would fire at anything that moved, even a driven donkey, and when they had once fired, could be scientifically rushed and laid out a horror and an offence against the morning sun. Then there were camp followers who straggled and could be cut up without fear. Their shrieks would disturb the white boys, and the loss of their services would inconvenience them sorely. Thus, at every march, the hidden enemy became bolder, and the regiment writhed and twisted under attacks it could not avenge. The crowning triumph was a sudden night rush ending in the cutting of many tent ropes, the collapse of the sodden canvas, and a glorious knifing of the men who struggled and kicked below. It was a great deed, neatly carried out, and it shook the already shaken nerves of the fore and aft. All the courage that they had been required to exercise up to this point was the 2 o'clock in the morning courage, and they so far had only succeeded in shooting their comrades and losing their sleep. Sullen, discontented, cold, savage, sick, with their uniforms dulled and unclean, the fore and aft joined their brigade. "I hear you had a tough time of it coming up," said the brigadier, but when he saw the hospital sheets, his face fell. "This is bad," he said to himself. "They're as rotten as sheep." And aloud to the colonel, "I'm afraid we can't spare you just yet. We want all we have, else I should have given you 10 days to recruit in." The colonel winced. "On my honour, sir," he returned, "there is not the least necessity to think of sparing us. My men have been rather mauled and upset without a fair return. They only want to go in somewhere where they can see what's before them." "Can't say I think much of the fore and fit," said the brigadier in confidence to his brigade major. "They've lost all their soldiering, and by the trim of them might have marched through the country from the other side. A more fagged-out set of men I never put eyes on." "Oh, they'll improve as the work goes on. The parade gloss has been rubbed off a little, but they'll put on field polish before long," said the brigade major. "They've been mauled, and they don't quite understand it." They did not. All the hitting was on one side, and it was cruelly hard hitting, with accessories that made them sick. There was also the real sickness that laid hold of a strong man and dragged him howling to the grave. Worst of all, their officers knew just as little of the country as the men themselves, and looked as if they did. The fore and aft were in a thoroughly unsatisfactory condition, but they believed that all would be well if they could once get a fair go in at the enemy. Potshots up and down the valleys were unsatisfactory, and the bayonet never seemed to get a chance. Perhaps it was as well, for a long-limbed Afghan with a knife had a reach of 8 feet, and could carry away enough lead to disable 3 Englishmen. The fore and fit would like some rifle practice at the enemy, all 700 rifles blazing together. That wish showed the mood of the men. The Gurkhas walked into their camp, and in broken barrack-room English strove to fraternise with them, offered them pipes of tobacco, and stood them treat at the canteen. But the fore and aft, not knowing much of the nature of the Gurkhas, treated them as they would treat any other niggers, and the little men in green trotted back to their firm friends, the Highlanders, and with many grins confided to them, "That damn white regiment, no damn use, sulky, ugh, dirty, ugh, hey, any tot for Johnny." Whereat the Highlanders smote the Gurkhas as to the head, and told them not to vilify a British regiment, and the Gurkhas grinned cavernously, for the Highlanders were their elder brothers, and entitled to the privileges of kinship. The common soldier who touches a Gurkha is more than likely to have his head sliced open. 3 days later, the brigadier arranged a battle according to the rules of war, and the peculiarity of the Afghan temperament. The enemy were massing in inconvenient strengths among the hills, and the moving of many green standards warned him that the tribes were up in aid of the Afghan regular troops. A squadron and a half of Bengal lancers represented the available cavalry, and the 2 screw guns borrowed from a column 30 miles away, the artillery at the general's disposal. "If they stand, as I've a very strong notion that they will, I fancy we shall see an infantry fight that will be worth watching," said the brigadier. "We'll do it in style. Each regiment shall be played into action by its band, and we'll hold the cavalry in reserve." "For all the reserve?" somebody asked. "For all the reserve, because we're going to crumple them up," said the brigadier, who was an extraordinary brigadier, and did not believe in the value of a reserve when dealing with Asiatics. And indeed, when you come to think of it, had the British Army consistently waited for reserves in all its little affairs, the boundary of our empire would have stopped at Brighton Beach. That battle was to be a glorious battle. The 3 regiments, debouching from 3 separate gorges after duly crowning the heights above, were to converge from the centre, left and right, upon what we will call the Afghan army, then stationed toward the lower extremity of a flat-bottomed valley. Thus it will be seen that 3 sides of the valley practically belonged to the English, while the 4th was strictly Afghan property. In the event of defeat, the Afghans had the rocky hills to fly to, where the fire from the guerrilla tribes in aid would cover their retreat. In the event of victory, these same tribes would rush down and lend their weight to the rout of the British. The screw guns were to shell the head of each Afghan rush that was made in close formation, and the cavalry, held in reserve in the right valley, were to gently stimulate the break-up which would follow on the combined attack. The brigadier, sitting upon a rock overlooking the valley, would watch the battle unrolled at his feet. The fore and aft would debouch from the central gorge, the Gurkhas from the left and the Highlanders from the right, for the reason that the left flank of the enemy seemed as though it required the most hammering. It was not every day that an Afghan force would take ground in the open, and the brigadier was resolved to make the most of it. "If we only had a few more men," he said plaintively, "we could surround the creatures and crumble them up thoroughly. As it is, I'm afraid we can only cut them up as they run. It's a great pity." The fore and aft had enjoyed unbroken peace for 5 days, and were beginning, in spite of dysentery, to recover their nerve. But they were not happy, for they did not know the work in hand, and had they known, would not have known how to do it. Throughout those 5 days, in which old soldiers might have taught them the craft of the game, they discussed together their misadventures in the past, how such an one was alive at dawn, and dead ere the dusk, and with what shrieks and struggles such another had given up his soul under the Afghan knife. Death was a new and horrible thing to the sons of mechanics who were used to die decently of zymotic disease, and their careful conservation in barracks had done nothing to make them look upon it with less dread. Very early in the dawn the bugles began to blow, and the fore and aft, filled with a misguided enthusiasm, turned out without waiting for a cup of coffee and a biscuit, and were rewarded by being kept under arms in the cold, while the other regiments leisurely prepared for the fray. All the world knows that it is ill taking the breeks off a Highlander. It is much iller to try to make him stir, unless he is convinced of the necessity for haste. The fore and aft awaited, leaning upon their rifles, and listening to the protests of their empty stomachs. The colonel did his best to remedy the default of lining as soon as it was borne upon him that the affair would not begin at once, and so well did he succeed that the coffee was just ready when the men moved off, their band leading. Even then, there had been a mistake in time, and the fore and aft came out into the valley 10 minutes before the proper hour. Their band wheeled to the right after reaching the open, and retired behind a little rocky knoll, still playing, while the regiment went past. It was not a pleasant sight that opened on the uninstructed view, for the lower end of the valley appeared to be filled by army in position, real and actual regiments attired in red coats, and of this there was no doubt, firing Martini Henry bullets, which cut up the ground 100 yards in front of the leading company. Over that pock-marked ground the regiment had to pass, and it opened the ball with a general and profound courtesy to the piping pickets, ducking in perfect time, as though it had been brazed on a rod. Being half capable of thinking for itself, it fired a volley by the simple process of pitching its rifle into its shoulder and pulling the trigger. The bullets may have accounted for some of the watchers on the hillside, but they certainly did not affect the mass of enemy in front, while the noise of the rifles drowned any orders that might have been given. "Good God," said the brigadier, sitting on the rock high above all, "that regiment has spoiled the whole show. Hurry up the others and let the screw guns get off." But the screw guns, in working round the heights, had stumbled upon a wasp's nest of a small mud fort, which they incontinently shelled at 800 yards, to the huge discomfort of the occupants, who were unaccustomed to weapons of such devilish precision. The fore and aft continued to go forward, but with shortened stride. Where were the other regiments, and why did these niggers use martinis? They took open order instinctively, lying down and firing at random, rushing a few paces forward and lying down again, according to the regulations. Once in this formation, each man felt himself desperately alone and edged in toward his fellow for comfort's sake. Then the crack of his neighbour's rifle at his ear led him to fire as rapidly as he could, again for the sake of the comfort of the noise. The reward was not long delayed. 5 volleys plunged the files in banked smoke, impenetrable to the eye, and the bullets began to take ground 20 or 30 yards in front of the firers as the weight of the bayonet dragged down, and to the right arms wearied with holding the kick of the leaping Martini. The company commanders peered helplessly through the smoke, the more nervous mechanically trying to fan it away with their helmets. "High and to the left!" bawled a captain till he was hoarse. "No good! Cease firing and let it drift away a bit!" 3 and 4 times the bugles shrieked the order, and when it was obeyed, the fore and aft looked that their foe should be lying before them in mown swaths of men. A light wind drove the smoke to leeward and showed the enemy still in position and apparently unaffected. 1/4 of a ton of lead had been buried a furlong in front of them, as the ragged earth attested. This was not demoralising to the Afghans, who have not European nerves. They were waiting for the mad riot to die down and were firing quietly into the heart of the smoke. A private of the fore and aft spun up his company, shrieking with agony. Another was kicking the earth and gasping, and a third, ripped through the lower intestines by a jagged bullet, was calling aloud on his comrades to put him out of his pain. These were the casualties, and they were not soothing to hear or see. The smoke cleared to a dull haze. Then the foe began to shout, with a great shouting, and a black mass, detached itself from the main body and rolled over the ground at horrid speed. It was composed of, perhaps, 300 men who would shout and fire and slash if the rush of their 50 comrades who were determined to die carried home. The 50 were Ghazis, half maddened with drugs and wholly mad with religious fanaticism. When they rushed the British, fire ceased, and, in the lull, the order was given to close ranks and meet them with the bayonet. Anyone who knew the business could have told the fore and aft that the only way of dealing with a Ghazi rush is by volleys at long ranges, because a man who means to die, who desires to die, who will gain heaven by dying, must, in 9 cases out of 10, kill a man who has a lingering prejudice in favour of life, if he can close with the latter. Where they should have closed and gone forward, the fore and aft opened out and skirmished, and where they should have opened out and fired, they closed and waited. A man dragged from his blankets half awake and unfed is never in a pleasant frame of mind, nor does his happiness increase when he watches the whites of the eyes of 300 6-foot fiends upon whose beards the foam is lying, upon whose tongues is a roar of wrath, and in whose hands are 3-foot knives. The fore and aft heard the Gurkha bugles bringing that regiment forward at the double, while the neighing of the Highland pipes came from the left. They strove to stay where they were, though the bayonets wavered down the line like the oars of a ragged boat. Then they felt body to body the amazing physical strength of their foes. A shriek of pain ended the rush, and the knives fell amid scenes not to be told. The men clubbed together and smote blindly, as often as not, at their own fellows. Their front crumpled like paper, and the 50 Ghazis passed on, their backers now drunk with success, fighting as madly as they. Then the rear ranks were bidden to close up, and the subalterns dashed into the stew alone. For the rear rank had heard the clamour in front, the yells and the howls of pain, and had seen the dark, stale blood that makes afraid. They were not going to stay. It was the rushing of the camps over again. Let their officers go to hell if they chose. They would get away from the knives. "Come on!" shrieked the subalterns, and their men, cursing them, drew back, each closing into his neighbour and wheeling round. Charteris and Devlin subalterns of the last company faced their death alone in the belief that their men would follow. "You've killed me, you cowards!" sobbed Devlin, and dropped, cut from the shoulder strap to the centre of the chest, and a fresh detachment of his men retreating, always retreating, trampled him underfoot as they made for the pass whence they had emerged. I kissed her in the kitchen, and I kissed her in the hall. Children, children, follow me. Oh golly, said the cook, is he going to kiss us all? Halla, 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 hallelujah. The Gurkhas were pouring through the left gorge and over the heights of the double to the invitation of their regimental quickstep. The black rocks were crowned with dark green spiders as the bugles gave tongue jubilantly. in the morning, by the bright light, when Gabriel blows his trumpet in the morning. The Gurkha reaccompanies, tripped and blundered over loose stones. The front files halted for a moment to take stock of the valley and to settle stray bootlaces. Then a happy little sigh of contentment sounded down the ranks, and it was as though the land smiled. For behold, there below was the enemy, and it was to meet them that the Gurkhas had doubled so hastily. There was much enemy, there would be amusement. The little men hitched their kukris well to hand, and gaped expectantly at their officers, as terriers grin ere the stone is cast for them to fetch. The Gurkhas' ground sloped downward to the valley, and they enjoyed a fair view of the proceedings. They sat upon the boulders to watch, for their officers were not going to waste their wind in assisting to repulse a Ghazi rush more than half a mile away. Let the white men look to their own front. "Hi!" said the Subadar Major, who was sweating profusely. "Damn fools yonder! Stand close order! There is no time for close order! It's the time for volleys, Horrified, amused, and indignant, the Gurkhas beheld the retirement, let us be gentle, of the fore and aft, with a running chorus of oaths and commentaries. "They run! The white men run, Colonel Sahib! May we also do a little running?" murmured Ranbir Thapa, the senior Jemadar. But the colonel would have none of it. "Let the beggars be cut up a little," said he wrathfully. "Serves them right. They'll be prodded into facing round in a minute." He looked through his field glasses and caught the glint of an officer's sword. "Beating them with the flat, damned conscripts! How the Ghazis are walking into them!" said he. The fore and aft, heading back, bore with them their officers. The narrowness of the pass forced the mob into solid formation, and the rear rank delivered some sort of a wavering volley. The Ghazis drew off, for they did not know what reserves the gorge might hide. Moreover, it was never wise to chase white men too far. They returned as wolves return to cover, satisfied with the slaughter that they had done, and only stopping to slash at the wounded on the ground. A quarter of a mile had the fore and aft retreated, and now, jammed in the pass, was quivering with pain, shaken and demoralized with fear, while the officers, maddened beyond control, smote the men with the hilts and the flats of their swords. Get back, you cowards, you women! Right about face! Column of companies form, you hounds!" shouted the colonel, and the subalterns swore aloud. But the regiment wanted to go anywhere, out of the range of those merciless knives. It swayed to and fro, irresolutely, with shouts and outcries, while from the right the Gurkhas dropped volley after volley of cripple-stopper Snyder bullets at long range into the mob of the Ghazis returning to their own troops. The fore and aft band, though protected from direct fire by the rocky knoll under which it had sat down, fled at the first rush. Jakin and Lou would have fled also, but their short legs left them 50 yards in the rear, and by the time the band had mixed with the regiment, they were painfully aware that they would have to close in alone and unsupported. "Get back to that rock," gasped Jakin. "They won't see us there." And they returned to the scattered instruments of the band, their hearts nearly bursting their ribs. "Here's a nice show for us," said Jakin, throwing himself full length on the ground. "A blooming fine show for British infantry. Oh, the devils, they've gone and left us alone here. What'll we do?" Lou took possession of a cast-off water bottle, which naturally was full of canteen rum, and drank till he coughed again. "Drink," said he shortly. "They'll come back in a minute or two, you see." Jakin drank, but there was no sign of the regiment's return. They could hear a dull clamour from the head of the valley of retreat, and saw the Ghazis slink back, quickening their pace as the Gurkhas fired at them. "We're all that's left of the band, and we'll be cut up as sure as death," said Jakin. "I'll die game then," said Lou, thickly fumbling with his tiny drummer's sword. The drink was working on his brain as it was on Jakin's. "Hold on, I know something better than fighting," said Jakin, stung by the splendour of a sudden thought, due chiefly to rum. "Tip our blooming cowards yonder the word to come back. The Pathan beggars are well away. Come on, Lou, we won't get hurt. Take the fife and give me the drum. The old step for all your blooming guts are worth. There's a few of our men coming back now. Stand up, you drunken little defaulter. By your right. Quick, march!" He slipped the drum sling over his shoulder, thrust the fife into Lou's hand, and the two boys marched out of the cover of the rock into the open, making a hideous hash of the first bars of the British Grenadiers. As Lou had said, a few of the fore and aft were coming back, sullenly and shamefacedly, under the stimulus of blows and abuse. Their red coats shone at the head of the valley, and behind them were wavering bayonets. But between this shattered line and the enemy, who, with Afghan suspicion, feared that the hasty retreat meant an ambush, and had not moved, therefore, lay half a mile of a level ground, dotted only by the wounded. The tune settled into a full swing, and the boys kept shoulder to shoulder, Jakin banging the drum as one possessed. The one fife made a thin and pitiful squeaking, but the tune carried far, even to the Gurkhas. "Come on, you dogs," muttered Jakin to himself. "Are we to play forever?" Lou was staring straight in front of him and marching more stiffly than ever he had done on parade, and in bitter mockery of the distant mob, the old tune of the old line shrilled and rattled. Some talk of Alexander, and some of Hercules, of Hector and Lysander, and such great names as these. There was far-off clapping of hands from the Gurkhas, and a roar from the Highlanders in the distance, but never a shot was fired by British or Afghan. The two little red dots moved forward in the open parallel to the enemy's front. But of all the world's great heroes, there's none that can compare with a tow, row, 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 to the British Grenadier. The men of the fore and aft were gathering thick at the entrance into the plain. The brigadier on the heights far above was speechless with rage. Still, no movement from the enemy. The day stayed to watch the children. Jakin halted and beat the long roll of the assembly, while the fife squealed despairingly. "Right, about face. Hold up, Lou, you're drunk," said Jakin. They wheeled and marched back. Those heroes of antiquity ne'er saw a common ball, nor knew the force of powder. "Here they come," said Jakin. "Go on, Lou," to scare their foes withal. The fore and aft were pouring out of the valley. What officers had said to men in that time of shame and humiliation will never be known, for neither officers nor men speak of it now. "They are coming anew," shouted a priest among the Afghans. "Do not kill the boys. Take them alive, and they shall be of our faith." But the first volley had been fired, and Lou dropped on his face. Jakin stood for a minute, spun round, and collapsed, as the fore and aft came forward, the maledictions of their officers in their ears, and in their hearts the shame of open shame. Half the men had seen the drummers die, and they made no sign. They did not even shout. They doubled out straight across the plain in open order, and they did not fire. "This," said the colonel of Gurkhas softly, "is the real attack, as it ought to have been delivered. Come on, my children." "Ululululululu," squealed the Gurkhas, and came down with a joyful clicking of kukris, those vicious Gurkha knives. On the right there was no rush, the Highlanders cannily commending their souls to God, for it matters as much to a dead man whether he has been shot in a border scuffle or at Waterloo. Opened out and fired according to their custom, that is to say, without heat and without intervals, while the screw guns, having disposed of the impertinent mud fort aforementioned, dropped shell after shell into the clusters round the flickering green standards on the heights. "Charging is an unfortunate necessity," murmured the colour sergeant of the right company of the Highlanders. "It makes the men swear so, but I'm thinking that it will come to a charge if these black devils stand much longer. Stewart, man, you're firing into the eye of the sun, and he'll not take any harm for government ammunition. A foot lower, and a great deal slower. What are the English doing? They're very quiet there in the centre. Running again?" The English were not running. They were hacking and hewing and stabbing. For, though one white man is seldom physically a match for an Afghan in a sheepskin or wadded coat, yet, through the pressure of many white men behind and a certain thirst for revenge in his heart, he becomes capable of doing much with both ends of his rifle. The fore and aft held their fire till one bullet could drive through 5 or 6 men, and the front of the Afghan force gave on the volley. They then selected their men, and slew them with deep gasps and short hacking coughs and groanings of leather belts against strained bodies, and realised for the first time that an Afghan attacked is far less formidable than an Afghan attacking, which fact old soldiers might have told them. But they had no old soldiers in their ranks. The Gurkha's stall at the bazaar was the noisiest, for the men were engaged to a nasty noise as of beef being cut on the block, with the kukri, which they preferred to the bayonet, well knowing how the Afghan hates the half-moon blade. As the Afghans wavered, the green standards on the mountain moved down to assist them in a last rally, which was unwise. The lancers, chafing in the right gorge, had thrice dispatched their own subaltern as galloper to report on the progress of affairs. On the third occasion he returned, with a bullet grazed on his knee, swearing strange oaths in Hindustani, and saying that all things were ready. So that squadron swung round the right of the Highlanders with a wicked whistling of wind in the pennons of its lances, and fell upon the remnant just when, according to all the rules of war, it should have waited for the foe to show more signs of wavering. But it was a dainty charge, deftly delivered, and it ended by the cavalry finding itself at the head of the pass, by which the Afghans intended to retreat, and down the track that the lancers had made streamed 2 companies of the Highlanders, which was never intended by the brigadier. The new development was successful. It detached the enemy from his base as a sponge is torn from a rock, and gave him ringed about with fire in that pitiless plain. And as a sponge is chased round the bathtub by the hand of the bather, so were the Afghans chased till they broke into little detachments, much more difficult to dispose of than large masses. "See," quoth the brigadier, "everything has come as I arranged. We've cut their base, and now we'll bucket 'em to pieces." A direct hammering was all that the brigadier had dared to hope for, considering the size of the force at his disposal. But men who stand or fall by the errors of their opponents may be forgiven for turning chance into design. The bucketing went forward merrily. The Afghan forces were upon the run of wearied wolves who snarl and bite over their shoulders. The red lances dipped by 2s and 3s, and with a shriek up rose the lance butt like a spar on a stormy sea, as the trooper, cantering forward, cleared his point. The lancers kept between their prey and the steep hills, for all who could were trying to escape from the valley of death. The Highlanders gave the fugitives 200 yards law, and then brought them down, gasping and choking ere they could reach the protection of the boulders above. The Gurkhas followed suit, but the fore and aft were killing on their own account, for they had penned a mass of men between their bayonets and a wall of rock, and the flash of the rifles was lighting the wadded coats. "We cannot hold them, Captain Sahib," panted a Rasildar of lancers. "Let us try the carbine. The lance is good, but it wastes time." They tried the carbine, and still the enemy melted away, fled up the hills by hundreds, when there were only 20 bullets to stop them. On the heights, the screw guns ceased firing. They had run out of ammunition, and the brigadier groaned, for the musketry fire could not sufficiently smash the retreat. Long before the lost volleys were fired, the litters were out in force, looking for the wounded. The battle was over, and but for want of fresh troops, the Afghans would have been wiped off the earth. As it was, they counted their dead by the hundreds, and nowhere were the dead thicker than in the track of the fore and aft. But the regiment did not cheer with the Highlanders, nor did they dance uncouth dances with the Gurkhas among the dead. They looked under their brows at the colonel, as they leaned on their rifles and panted. "Get back to camp, you! Haven't you disgraced yourself enough for one day? Go and look to the wounded. It's all you're fit for," said the colonel. Yet, for the past hour, the fore and aft had been doing all that mortal commander could expect. They had lost heavily, because they did not know how to set about their business with proper skill. But they had borne themselves gallantly, and this was their reward. A young and sprightly colour sergeant, who had begun to imagine himself a hero, offered his water bottle to a Highlander whose tongue was black with thirst. "I drink with no cowards," answered the youngster huskily, and turning to a Gurkha said, "Hiya, Johnny. Drink water? Got it?" The Gurkha grinned and passed his bottle. The fore and aft said no word. They went back to camp when the field of strife had been a little mopped up and made presentable, and the brigadier, who saw himself a knight in 3 months, was the only soul who was complimentary to them. The colonel was heartbroken, and the officers were savage and sullen. "Well," said the brigadier, "they are young troops, of course, and it was not unnatural that they should retire in disorder for a bit." "Oh, my only Aunt Maria," murmured a junior staff officer. "Retire in disorder? It was a bally run." But they came again, as we all know," cooed the brigadier, and the colonel's ashy-white face before him. "And they behaved as well as could possibly be expected. Behaved beautifully, indeed. I was watching them. It's not a matter to take to heart, Colonel. As some German general said of his men, they wanted to be shooted over a little. That was all." To himself he said, "Now they're blooded. I can give 'em responsible work. It's as well that they got what they did. Teach 'em more than half a dozen rifle flirtations, that will. Later, run alone and bite." Poor old Colonel, though. All that afternoon the heliograph winked and flickered on the hills, striving to tell the good news to a mountain 40 miles away, and in the evening there arrived, dusty, sweating and sore, a misguided correspondent who had gone out to assist at a trumpery village burning, and who had read off the message from afar, cursing his luck the while. "Let's have the details, somehow, as full as ever you can, please. It's the first time I've ever been left this campaign," said the correspondent to the brigadier, and the brigadier, nothing loath, told him how an army of communication had been crumpled up, destroyed and all but annihilated by the craft, strategy, wisdom and foresight of the brigadier. But some say, and among these be the Gurkhas who watched on the hillside, that the battle was won by Jakin and Lou, whose little bodies were borne up just in time to fit 2 gaps at the head of the big ditch grave for the dead under the heights of Jagay. The Sending of Danada. When the devil rides on your chest, remember the Chamar. Native proverb. Once upon a time, some people in India made a new heaven and a new earth out of broken teacups, a missing brooch or 2 and a hairbrush. These were hidden under brushes or stuffed into holes in the hillside, and an entire civil service of subordinate gods used to find or mend them again. And everyone said, "There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in our philosophy." Several other things happened also, but the religion never seemed to get much beyond its first manifestations, though it added an airline postal service and orchestral effects in order to keep abreast of the times and choke off competition. This religion was too elastic for ordinary use. It stretched itself and embraced pieces of everything that the medicine men of all ages have manufactured. It approved of and stole from Freemasonry, looted the latter-day Rosicrucians of half their pet words, took any fragments of Egyptian philosophy that it found in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, annexed as many of the Vedas as had been translated into French or English, and talked of all the rest, built in the German versions of what is left of the Zend Avesta, encouraged white, grey and black magic, including spiritualism, palmistry, fortune-telling by cards, hot chestnuts, double kernelled nuts, and tallow droppings, would have adopted voodoo and oboe had it known anything about them, and showed itself in every way one of the most accommodating arrangements that had ever been invented since the birth of the sea. When it was in thorough working order, with all the machinery down to the subscriptions complete, Danada came from nowhere, with nothing in his hands, and wrote a chapter in his history, which has hitherto been unpublished. He said that his first name was Dana, and his second was Da. Now, setting aside Dana of the New York Sun, Dana is a bill name, and Da fits no native of India, unless you accept the Bengali Day as the original spelling. Da is Lap or Finnish, and Danada was neither Finn, Chin, Bill, Bengali, Lap, Nair, Gond, Romani, Mag, Bokharot, Kurd, Armenian, Levantine, Jew, Persian, Punjabi, Madrasi, Parsi, nor anything else known to ethnologists. He was simply Danada, and declined to give further information. For the sake of brevity, and as roughly indicating his origin, he was called the Native. He might have been the original Old Man of the Mountains, who is said to be the only authorised head of the Teacup Creed. Some people said that he was, but Danada used to smile and deny any connection with the cult, explaining that he was an independent experimenter. As I have said, he came from nowhere, with his hands behind his back, and studied the creed for 3 weeks, sitting at the feet of those best competent to explain its mysteries. Then he laughed aloud and went away, but the laugh might have been either of devotion or derision. When he returned, he was without money, but his pride was unabated. He declared that he knew more about the things in heaven and earth than those who taught him, and for this contumacy was abandoned altogether. His next appearance in public life was at a big cantonment in Upper India, and he was then telling fortunes with the help of 3 leaden dice, a very dirty old cloth, and a little tin box of opium pills. He told better fortunes when he was allowed half a bottle of whisky, but the things which he invented on the opium were quite worth the money. He was in reduced circumstances. Among other people's, he told the fortune of an Englishman who had once been interested in the similar creed, but who later on had married and forgotten all his old knowledge in the study of babies and things. The Englishman allowed Danada to tell a fortune for charity's sake, and gave him 5 rupees, a dinner, and some old clothes. When he had eaten, Danada professed gratitude, and asked if there were anything he could do for his host in the esoteric line. "Is there any one that you love?" said Danada. The Englishman loved his wife, but had no desire to drag her name into the conversation. He therefore shook his head. "Is there any one that you hate?" said Danada. The Englishman said that there were several men whom he hated deeply. "Very good," said Danada, upon whom the whisky and the opium were beginning to tell. "Only give me their names, and I will dispatch a sending to them and kill them." Now, a sending is a horrible arrangement first invented, they say, in Iceland. It is a thing sent by a wizard, and may take any form, but most generally wanders about the land in the shape of a little purple cloud till it finds the sendee, and him it kills by changing into the form of a horse, or a cat, or a man without a face. It is not strictly a native patent, though chamars of the skin and hide castes can, if irritated, dispatch a sending which sits on the breast of their enemy by night and nearly kills them. Very few natives care to irritate chamars for this reason. "Let me dispatch a sending," said Danada. "I am nearly dead now with want and drink and opium, but I should like to kill a man before I die. I can send a sending anywhere you choose and in any form, except in the shape of a man." The Englishman had no friends that he wished to kill, but partly to soothe Danada, whose eyes were rolling, and partly to see what would be done, he asked whether a modified sending could not be arranged for, such a sending as should make a man's life a burden to him, and yet do him no harm. If this were possible, he notified his willingness to give Danada 10 rupees for the job. "I am not what I once was," said Danada, "and I must take the money because I am poor. To what Englishman shall I send it?" "Send a sending to Lone Sahib," said the Englishman, naming a man who had been most bitter in rebuking him for his apostasy from the teacup creed. Danada laughed and nodded. "I could have chosen no better man myself," said he. "I will see that he finds a sending about his path and about his bed." He lay down on the hearthrug, turned up the whites of his eyes, shivered all over, and began to snort. This was magic, or opium, or the sending, or all 3. When he opened his eyes, he vowed that the sending had started upon the warpath, and was at that moment flying up to the town where Lone Sahib lives. "Give me my 10 rupees, said Danada wearily, "and write a letter to Lone Sahib, telling him, and all who believe with him, that you and a friend are using a power greater than theirs. They will see that you are speaking the truth." He departed unsteadily, with the promise of some more rupees if anything came of the sending. The Englishman sent a letter to Lone Sahib, couched in what he remembered of the terminology of the creed. He wrote, "I also, in the days of what you held to be my backsliding, have obtained enlightenment, and with enlightenment has come power." Then he grew so deeply mysterious that the recipient of the letter could make neither head nor tail of it, and was proportionately impressed, for he fancied that his friend had become a 5th rounder. When a man is a 5th rounder, he can do more than Slade and Houdin combined. Lone Sahib read the letter in 5 different fashions, and was beginning a 6th interpretation when his bearer dashed in with the news that there was a cat on the bed. And now, if there was one thing that Lone Sahib hated more than another, it was a cat. He scolded the bearer for not turning it out of the house. The bearer said that he was afraid. All the doors of the bedroom had been shut throughout the morning, and no real cat could possibly have entered the room. he would prefer not to meddle with the creature. Lone Sahib entered the room gingerly, and there, on the pillow of his bed, sprawled and whimpered a wee white kitten. Not a jumpson, frisky little beast, but a slug-like crawler, with its eyes barely opened and its paws lacking strength or direction. A kitten that ought to have been in a basket with its mamma. Lone Sahib caught it by the scruff of its neck, handed it over to the sweeper to be drowned, and fined the bearer 4 annas. That evening he was reading in his room. He fancied that he saw something moving about on the hearthrug, outside the circle of light from his reading lamp. When the thing began to meow, he realized that it was a kitten, a wee white kitten, nearly blind and very miserable. He was seriously angry and spoke bitterly to his bearer, who said that there was no kitten in the room when he brought in the lamp, and real kittens of tender age generally had mother cats in attendance. "If the presents will go out into the veranda and listen," said the bearer, "he will hear no cats. How therefore can the kitten on the bed and the kitten on the hearthrug be real kittens?" Lone Sahib went out to listen, and the bearer followed him. But there was no sound of anyone mewing for her children. He returned to his room, having hurled the kitten down the hillside, and wrote out the incidents of the day for the benefit of his co-religionists. Those people were so absolutely free from superstition that they ascribed anything a little out of the common to agencies. As it was their business to know all about the agencies, they were on terms of almost indecent familiarity with manifestations of every kind. Their letters dropped from the ceiling unstamped, and spirits used to squatter up and down their staircases all night, but they had never come into contact with kittens. Lone Sahib wrote out the facts, noting the hour and the minute, as every psychical observer is bound to do, and appending the Englishman's letter, because it was the most mysterious document, and might have had a bearing upon anything in this world or the next. An outsider would have translated all the tangle thus: "Look out! You laughed at me once, and now I'm going to make you sit up." Lone Sahib's co-religionists found that meaning in it, but their translation was refined and full of 4-syllable words. They held a sedurant and were filled with tremulous joy, for in spite of their familiarity with all the other worlds and cycles, they had a very human awe of things sent from ghostland. They met in Lone Sahib's room in shrouded and sepulchral gloom, and their conclave was broken up by clinking among the photo frames on the mantelpiece. A wee white kitten, nearly blind, was looping and writhing itself between the clock and the candlesticks. That stopped all investigations or doubtings. Here was the manifestation in the flesh. It was, so far as could be seen, devoid of purpose, but it was a manifestation of undoubted authenticity. They drafted a round robin to the Englishman, the backslider of old days, adjuring him in the interests of the creed to explain whether there was any connection between the embodiment of some Egyptian god or other, I've forgotten the name, and his communication. They called the kitten Ra, or Toth, or Tum, or something, and when Lone Sahib confessed that the first one had, at his most misguided instance, been drowned by the sweeper, they said consolingly that in his next life he would be a bounder, and not even a rounder of the lowest grade. These words may not be quite correct, but they accurately express the sense of the house. When the Englishman received the round robin, it came by post. He was startled and bewildered. He sent into the bazaar for Danada, who read the letter and laughed. "That is my sending," said he. "I told you I would work well. Now give me another 10 rupees. "But what in the world is this gibberish about Egyptian gods?" said the Englishman. "Cats," said Danada, with a hiccup, for he had discovered the Englishman's whisky bottle. "Cats, and cats, and cats. Never was such a sending. 100 of cats. Now give me 10 more rupees, and write as I dictate." Danada's letter was a curiosity. It bore the Englishman's signature, and hinted at cats, at a sending of cats. The mere words on paper were creepy and uncanny to behold. "What have you done, though?" said the Englishman. "I am as much in the dark as ever. Do you mean to say that you can actually send this absurd sending you talk about?" "Judge for yourself," said Danadan. "What does that letter mean? In a little time they will all be at my feet and yours, and I, oh glory, will be drugged, or drunk, all day long." Danada knew his people. When a man who hates cats wakes up in the morning, and finds a little squirming kitten on his breast, or puts his hands into his ulster pocket and finds a little half-dead kitten where his gloves should be, or opens his trunk and finds a vile kitten among his dress shirts, or goes for a long ride with his mackintosh strapped on his saddle-bow and shakes a little squalling kitten from its folds when he opens it, or goes out to dinner and finds a little blind kitten under his chair, or stays at home and finds a writhing kitten under the quilt, or wriggling among his boots, or hanging head downward in his tobacco jar, or being mangled by his terrier in the veranda. When such a man finds one kitten, neither more nor less, once a day, in a place where no kitten rightly could or should be, he is naturally upset. When he dare not murder his daily trove because he believes it to be a manifestation, an emissary, an embodiment, and half a dozen other things, all out of the regular course of nature, he is more than upset. He is actually distressed. Some of Lone Sahib's co-religionists thought that he was a highly favoured individual, but many said that if he had treated the first kitten with proper respect, as suited a Toth Ra Tam Sennacherib embodiment, all his trouble would have been averted. They compared him to the ancient mariner, but nonetheless they were proud of him, and proud of the Englishman who had sent the manifestation. They did not call it a sending, because Icelandic magic was not in their programme. After 16 kittens, that is to say, after one fortnight, for there were 3 kittens on the first day, to impress the facts of the sending, the whole camp was uplifted by a letter. It came flying through a window from the old man of the mountains, the head of all the creed, explaining the manifestation in the most beautiful language, and soaking up all the credit of it for himself. The Englishman said the letter was not there at all. He was a backslider without power or asceticism who couldn't even raise a table by the force of volition, much less project an army of kittens through space. The entire arrangement, said the letter, was strictly orthodox, worked and sanctioned by the highest authorities within the pale of the creed. There was great joy at this, for some of the weaker brethren, seeing that an outsider who had been working on independent lines could create kittens, whereas their own rulers had never gone beyond crockery, and broken at best, was showing a desire to break line on their own trail. In fact, there was the promise of a schism. A second round-robin was drafted to the Englishman, beginning "O Scoffer," and ending with a selection of curses from the rites of Mizraim and Memphis, and the combination of Jagana, who was a 5th rounder upon whose name an upstart 3rd rounder once traded. A papal excommunication is a billet-doux compared to the combination of Jagana. The Englishman had been proved, under the hand and seal of the old man of the mountains, to have appropriate virtue and pretended to have power which, in reality, belonged only to the supreme head. Naturally, the round-robin did not spare him. He handed the letter to Danada to translate into decent English. The effect on Danada was curious. At first, he was furiously angry, and then he laughed for 5 minutes. "I had thought," he said, "that they would have come to me. In another week I would have shown them that I sent the sending, and they would have discrowned the old man of the mountains who has sent this sending of mine. Do you do nothing? The time has come for me to act. Write as I dictate, and I will put them to shame. But give me 10 more rupees." At Danada's dictation, the Englishman wrote nothing less than a formal challenge to the old man of the mountains. It wound up, "And if this manifestation be from your hand, then let it go forward. But if it be from my hand, I will that the sending shall cease in 2 days' time. On that day there shall be 12 kittens, and thenceforward none at all. The people shall judge between us." This was signed by Danada, who added pentacles and pentagrams and a crux and say, and half a dozen swastikas and a triple tau to his name, just to show that he was all he laid claim to be. The challenge was read out to the gentlemen and ladies, and they remembered then that Danada had laughed at them some years ago. It was officially announced that the old man of the mountains would treat the matter with contempt, Danada being an independent investigator without a single round at the back of him. But this did not soothe his people. They wanted to see a fight. They were very human for all their spirituality. Lone Sahib, who was really being worn out with kittens, submitted meekly to his fate. He felt that he was being kittened to prove the power of Danada, as the poet says. When the stated day dawned, the shower of kittens began. Some were white, and some were tabby, and all were about the same loathsome age. 3 were on his hearthrug, 3 in his bathroom, and the other 6 turned up at intervals among the visitors who came to see the prophecy break down. Never was a more satisfactory sending. On the next day, there were no kittens, and the next day, and all the other days were kittenless and quiet. The people murmured, and looked to the old man of the mountains for an explanation. A letter, written on a palm leaf, dropped from the ceiling, but everyone except Lone Sahib felt that letters were not what the occasion demanded. There should have been cats. There should have been cats, full-grown ones. The letter proved conclusively that there had been a hitch in the psychic current which, colliding with the dual identity, had interfered with the percipient activity all along the main line. The kittens were still going on, but owing to some failure in the developing fluid, they were not materialized. The air was thick with letters for a few days afterward. Unseen hands played Gluck and Beethoven on finger bowls and clock shades. But all men felt that psychic life was a mockery without materialized kittens. Even Lone Sahib shouted with the majority on this head. Danada's letters were very insulting, and if he had then offered to lead a new departure, there is no knowing what might not have happened. But Danada was dying of whisky and opium in The Englishman's Go Down, and had small heart for honours. "They have been put to shame," said he. "Never was such a sending. It has killed me." "Nonsense," said the Englishman. "You are going to die, Danada, and that sort of stuff must be left behind. I'll admit that you have made some queer things to come about. Tell me honestly, how was it done?" "Give me 10 more rupees," said Danada faintly, "and if I die before I spend them, bury them with me." The silver was counted out while Danada was fighting with death. His hand closed upon the money, and he smiled a grim smile. "Bend low," he whispered. The Englishman bent. "Bunia, mission, school, expelled, box W, Allah, peddler, Ceylon, pearl merchant, all mine, English, education, outcasted, and made-up name, Danada. England, with American thoughts, reading, man, and you gave me 10 rupees several times. I gave the Sahib's bearer 2.8 a month for cats, little cats. I wrote, and he put them about. A very clever man. Very few kittens now in the bazaar. Ask Lone Sahib's sweeper's wife." So saying, Danada gasped and passed away into a land where, if all be true, there are no materializations and the making of new creeds is discouraged. But consider the gorgeous simplicity of it all. On the city wall. Then she let them down by a cord through the window, for her house was upon the town wall, and she dwelt upon the wall. Joshua 2:15. Lalun is a member of the most ancient profession in the world. Lilith was her very great-grandmamma, and that was before the days of Eve, as everyone knows. In the West, people say rude things about Lalun's profession, and write lectures about it, and distribute the lectures to young persons in order that morality may be preserved. In the East, where the profession is hereditary, descending from mother to daughter, nobody writes lectures or takes any notice, and that is a distinct proof of the inability of the East to manage its own affairs. Lalun's real husband, for even ladies of Lalun's profession in the East must have husbands, was a big jujube tree. Her mamma, who had married a fig tree, spent 10,000 rupees on Lalun's wedding, which was blessed by 47 clergymen of Mamma's church, and distributed 5,000 rupees in charity to the poor. And that was the custom of the land. The advantages of having a jujube tree for a husband are obvious. You cannot hurt his feelings, and he looks imposing. Lalun's husband stood on the plain outside the city walls, and Lalun's house was upon the east wall, facing the river. If you fell from the broad window seat, you dropped 30 feet sheer into the city ditch, but if you stayed where you should and looked forth, you saw all the cattle of the city being driven down to water, the students of the government college playing cricket, the high grass and trees that fringed the river bank, the great sandbars that ribbed the river, the red tombs of dead emperors beyond the river, and, very far away through the blue heat gaze, a glint of the snows of the Himalayas. Wali Dad used to lie in the window seat for hours at a time, watching this view. He was a young Mohammedan who was suffering acutely from education of the English variety, and knew it. His father had sent him to a mission school to get wisdom, and Wali Dad had absorbed more than ever his father or the missionaries intended he should. When his father died, Wali Dad was independent and spent 2 years experimenting with the creeds of the earth and reading books that are of no use to anybody. After he'd made an unsuccessful attempt to enter the Roman Catholic Church and the Presbyterian fold at the same time, the missionaries found him out and called him names, but they did not understand his trouble. He discovered Lalun on the city wall and became the most consistent of her few admirers. He possessed a head that English artists at home would rave over and paint amid impossible surroundings, a face that female novelists would use with delight through 900 pages. In reality, he was only a clean-bred young Mohammedan with penciled eyebrows, small cut nostrils, little feet and hands, and a very tired look in his eyes. By virtue of his 22 years, he had grown a neat black beard, which he stroked with pride and kept delicately scented. His life seemed to be divided between borrowing books from me and making love to Lalun in the window seat. He composed songs about her, and some of the songs are sung to this day in the city, from the street of the mutton butchers to the coppersmith's ward. One song, the prettiest of all, says that the beauty of Lalun was so great that it troubled the hearts of the British government and caused them to lose their peace of mind. This is the way the song is sung in the streets, but if you examine it carefully and know the key to the explanation, you will find that there are 3 puns in it on beauty, heart, and peace of mind, so that it runs, by the subtlety of Lalun, the administration of the government was troubled, and it lost such and such a man. When Wali Dad sings that song, his eyes glow like hot coals, and Lalun leans back among the cushions and throws bunches of jasmine buds at Wali Dad. But first, it is necessary to explain something about the supreme government which is above all and below all and behind all. Gentlemen come from England, spend a few weeks in India, walk round this great sphinx of the plains, and write books upon its ways and its works, denouncing or praising it as their own ignorance prompts. Consequently, all the world knows how the supreme government conducts itself, but no one, not even the supreme government, knows everything about the administration of the empire. Year by year, England sends out fresh drafts for the first fighting line, which is officially called the Indian Civil Service. These die or kill themselves by overwork, or are worried to death or broken in health and hope in order that the land may be protected from death and sickness, famine and war, and may eventually become capable of standing alone. It will never stand alone, but the idea is a pretty one, and men are willing to die for it. And yearly the work of pushing and coaxing and scolding and petting the country into good living goes forward. If an advance be made, all credit is given to the native, while the Englishmen stand back and wipe their foreheads. If a failure occurs, the Englishmen step forward and take the blame. Overmuch tenderness of this kind has bred a strong belief among many natives that the native is capable of administering the country, and many devout Englishmen believe this also, because the theory is stated in beautiful English with all the latest political colour. There be other men who, though uneducated, see visions and dream dreams, and they, too, hope to administer the country in their own way, that is to say, with a garnish of red sauce. Such men must exist among 200 million people, and if they are not attended to, may cause trouble, and even break the great idol called Pax Britannic, which, as the newspapers say, lives between Peshawar and Cape Comorin. Were the day of doom to dawn tomorrow, you would find the supreme government taking measures to allay popular excitement, and putting guards upon the graveyards that the dead might troop forth orderly. The youngest civilian would arrest Gabriel on his own responsibility if the Archangel should not produce a deputy commissioner's permission to make music or other noises, as the licence says. Whence it is easy to see that mere men of the flesh who would create a tumult must fare badly at the hands of the supreme government, and they do. There is no outward sign of excitement. There is no confusion. There is no knowledge. When due and sufficient reasons have been given, weighed and approved, the machinery moves forward, and the dreamer of dreams and the seer of visions is gone from his friends and following. He enjoys the hospitality of government. There is no restriction upon his movements within certain limits, but he must not confer any more with his brother dreamers. Once in every 6 months, the supreme government assures itself that he is well and takes formal acknowledgment of his existence. No one protests against his detention because the few people who know about it are in deadly fear of seeming to know him, and never a single newspaper takes up his case or organises demonstrations on his behalf, because the newspapers of India have got behind that lying proverb which says the pen is mightier than the sword and can walk delicately. So now you know as much as you ought about Wali Dad, the educational mixture, and the supreme government. Laloon has not as yet been described. She would need, so Wali Dad says, 1,000 pens of gold and ink scented with musk. She has been variously compared to the moon, the Dil Sagar lake, a spotted quail, a gazelle, the son of the desert of Kutch, the dawn, the stars, and the young bamboo. These comparisons imply that she is beautiful exceedingly according to the native standards, which are practically the same as those of the West. Her eyes are black, and her hair is black, and her eyebrows are black as leeches. Her mouth is tiny and says witty things. Her hands are tiny and have saved much money. Her feet are tiny and have trodden on the naked huts of many men. But, as Wali Dad sings, Laloon is Laloon, and when you have said that, you have only come to the beginnings of knowledge. The little house on the city wall was just big enough to hold Laloon and her maid, and a pussycat with a silver collar. A big pink and blue cut-glass chandelier hung from the ceiling of the reception room. A petty nawab had given Laloon the horror, and she kept it for politeness' sake. The floor of the room was of polished chunam, white as curds. A latticed window of carved wood was set in one wall. There was a profusion of squabby, fluffy cushions and fat carpets everywhere. And Laloon's silver haka, studded with turquoises, had a special little carpet all to its shining self. Wali Dad was nearly as permanent a fixture as the chandelier. As I have said, he lay in the window seat and meditated on life and death and Laloon, especially Laloon. The feet of the young men of the city tended to her doorways and then retired, for Laloon was a particular maiden, slow of speech, reserved of mind, and not in the least inclined to orgies, which were nearly certain to end in strife. "If I am of no value, I am unworthy of this honour," said Laloon. "If I am of value, they are unworthy of me." And that was a crooked sentence. In the long nights of latter April and May, all the city seemed to assemble in Laloon's little white room to smoke and to talk. Shears of the grimmest and most uncompromising persuasion, Sufis who had lost all belief in the Prophet and retained but little in God, wandering Hindu priests passing southward on their way to the Central India fairs and other affairs, pundits in black gowns with spectacles on their noses and undigested wisdom in their insides, bearded headmen of the wards, Sikhs with all the details of the latest ecclesiastical scandal in the Golden Temple, red-eyed priests from beyond the border, looking like trapped wolves and talking like ravens, M.A.s of the university, very superior and very voluble. All these people, and more also, you might find in the White Room. Wali Dad lay in the window seat and listened to the talk. "It is Laloon Salon," said Wali Dad to me, "and it is electric. It is not that word? Outside of a Freemason's lodge, I have never seen such gatherings. There I dined once with a Jew, a Yahudi." He spat into the city ditch with apologies for allowing national feelings to overcome him. "Though I have lost every belief in the world," said he, "and try to be proud of my losing, I cannot help hating a Jew. Laloon admits no Jews here." "But what in the world do all these men do?" I asked. "The curse of our country," said Wali Dad. "They talk. It is like the Athenians, always hearing and telling some new thing. Ask the Pearl, and she will show you how much she knows of the news of the city and the province. Lalun knows everything." "Lalun," I said at random. She was talking to a gentleman of the Kurd persuasion who had come in from God knows where. "When does the 175th Regiment go to Agra?" "It does not go at all," said Lalun, without turning her head. "They have ordered the 118th to go to its stead. That regiment goes to Lucknow in 3 months, unless they give a fresh order." "That is so," said Wali Dad, with a shade of doubt. "Can you, with your telegrams and your newspapers, do better? Always hearing and telling some new thing." He went on. "My friend, has your God ever smitten a European nation for gossiping in the bazaars? India has gossiped for centuries, always standing in the bazaars until the soldiers go by. Therefore, you are here today, instead of starving in your own country. And I am not a Mohammedan. I am a product, a damnation product. That also I owe to you and yours, that I cannot make an end to my sentence without quoting from your authors." He pulled at the hookah and mourned, half feelingly, half in earnest, for the shattered hopes of his youth. Wali Dad was always mourning over something or other, the country of which he despaired, or the creed in which he had lost faith, or the life of the English which he could by no means understand. Lalun never mourned. She played little songs on the sitar, and to hear her sing "O Peacock, Cry Again" was always a fresh pleasure. She knew all the songs that have ever been sung, from the war songs of the South that make the old men angry with the young men, and the young men angry with the state, to the love songs of the North, where the swords whinny wicker like angry kites in the pauses between the kisses, and the passes fill with armed men, and the lover is torn from his beloved and cries, "Aye, aye, aye," evermore. She knew how to make up tobacco for the hookah, so that it smelled like the gates of paradise, and wafted you gently through them. She could embroider strange things in gold and silver, and dance softly with the moonlight when it came in at the window. Also, she knew the hearts of men, and the heart of the city, and whose wives were faithful, and whose untrue, and more of the secrets of the government offices than are good to be set down in this place. Naziban, her maid, said that her jewellery was worth £10,000, and that some night a thief would enter and murder her for its possession. But Lalun said that all the city would tear that thief limb from limb, and that he, whoever he was, knew it. So she took her sitar and sat in the window seat and sang a song of old days that had been sung by a girl of her profession in an armed camp on the eve of a great battle, the day before the fords of the Jumna ran red, and Sivaji fled 50 miles to Delhi with a talk stallion at his horse's tail, and another Lalun on his saddle bow. It was what men call a Maratha Leonie, and it said, "Their warrior forces Chimnaji before the Peshwa led. The children of the sun and fire behind him turned and fled." And the chorus said, "With them there fought who ride so free, with sword and turban red, the warrior youth who earns his fee at peril of his head." "At peril of his head," said Wali Dad in English to me. "Thanks to your government, all our heads are protected, and with the educational facilities at my command," his eyes twinkled wickedly, "I might be a distinguished member of the local administration. Perhaps in time I might even be a member of a legislative council." "Don't speak English," said Lalun, bending over her sitar afresh. The chorus went out from the city wall to the blackened wall of Fort Amara, which dominates the city. No man knows the precise extent of Fort Amara. 3 kings built it hundreds of years ago, and they say that there are miles of underground rooms beneath its walls. It is peopled with many ghosts, a detachment of garrison artillery, and a company of infantry. In its prime it held 10,000 men, and filled its ditches with corpses. "At peril of his head," sang Lalun again and again. Ahead moved on one of the ramparts, the grey head of an old man, and a voice rough as sharkskin on a sword hilt sent back the last line of the chorus and broke into a song that I could not understand, though Lalun and Wali Dad listened intently. "What is it?" I asked. "Who is it?" "A consistent man," said Wali Dad. "He fought you in 46 when he was a warrior youth. He fought you in 57, and he tried to fight you in 71, but you had learned the trick of blowing men from guns too well. Now he is old, but he would still fight if he could." "Is he a Wahhabi then, Why should he answer to a Mahratta Leonie if he be Wahhabi or Sikh? Said I. I do not know, said Wali Dad. He has lost perhaps his religion. Perhaps he wishes to be a king. Perhaps he is a king. I do not know his name. That is a lie, Wali Dad. If you know his career, you must know his name. That is quite true. I belong to a nation of liars. I would rather not tell you his name. Think for yourself. Lalun finished her song, pointed to the fort, and said simply, Kem Singh? Said Wali Dad. If the Pearl chooses to tell you, the Pearl is a fool. I translated to Lalun, who laughed. I choose to tell what I choose to tell. They kept Kem Singh in Burma, said she. They kept him there for many years until his mind was changed in him. So great was the kindness of the government. Finding this, they sent him back to his own country that he might look upon it before he died. He is an old man, but when he looks upon his country, his memory will come. And moreover, there be many who remember him. He is an interesting survival, said Wali Dad, pulling at the hukka. He returns to a country now full of educational and political reform, but as the Pearl says, there are many who remember him. He was once a great man. There will never be any more great men in India. They will all, when they are boys, go whoring after strange gods, and they will become citizens, fellow citizens, illustrious fellow citizens. What is it that the native papers call them? Wali Dad seemed to be in a very bad temper. Lalun looked out of the window and smiled into the dust haze. I went away thinking about Kem Singh, who had once made history with 1,000 followers and would have been a princeling but for the power of the supreme government aforesaid. The senior captain commanding Fort Amara was away on leave, but the subaltern, his deputy, drifted down to the club, where I found him and inquired of him whether it was really true that a political prisoner had been added to the attractions of the fort. The subaltern explained at great length, for this was the first time that he had held command of the fort, and his glory lay heavy upon him. Yes, said he, a man was sent in to me about a week ago from down the line, a thorough gentleman whoever he is. Of course, I did all I could for him. He had his 2 servants and some silver cooking pots, and he looked for all the world like a native officer. I called him Subadar Sahib, just as well to be on the safe side, you know. Look here, Subadar Sahib, I said, you're handed over to my authority, and I'm supposed to guard you. Now, I don't want to make your life hard, but you must make things easy for me. All the fort is at your disposal, from the flagstaff to the dry ditch, and I shall be happy to entertain you in any way I can. But you mustn't take advantage of it. Give me your word that you won't try to escape, Subadar Sahib, and I'll give you my word that you shall have no heavy guard put over you. I thought the best way of getting him was by going at him straight, and it was by Jove. The old man gave me his word, and moved about the fort as contented as a sick crow. He's a rummy chap, always asking to be told where he is, and what the buildings about him are. I had to sign a slip of blue paper when he turned up, acknowledging receipt of his body and all that, and I'm responsible, that he doesn't get away. A queer thing, though, looking after a Johnny old enough to be a grandfather, isn't it? Come to the fort one of these days and see him. For reasons which will appear, I never went to the fort while Kem Singh was then within its walls. I knew him only as a grey head seen from Lalun's window. A grey head and a harsh voice. But natives told me that day by day, as he looked upon the fair lands round Amara, his memory came back to him, and with it the old hatred against the government that had been nearly effaced in far-off Burma. So he raged up and down the west face of the fort from morning till noon, and from evening till the night, devising vain things in his heart, and croaking war songs when Lalun sang on the city wall. As he grew more acquainted with the subaltern, he unburdened his old heart of some of the passions that had whispered it. "Sahib," he used to say, tapping his stick against the parapet, "when I was a young man, I was one of the 20,000 horsemen who came out of the city and rode round the plain here. Sahib, I was a leader of 100, and then of 1,000, and then of 5,000, and now—" he pointed to his 2 servants. "But from the beginning to today, I would cut the throats of all the sahibs in the land if I could. Hold me fast, Sahib, lest I get away and return to those who had followed me. I forgot them when I was in Burma, but now that I am in my own country again, I remember everything." "Do you remember that you've given me your honour not to make your tendance a hard matter?" said the subaltern. "Yes, to you only, to you," said Kemsing. "To you because you are of a pleasant countenance. If my turn comes again, Sahib, I will not hang you nor cut your throat." "Thank you," said the subaltern gravely, as he looked along the line of guns that could pound the city to powder in half an hour. "Let us go into our own quarters, Kemsing. Come and talk with me after dinner." Kemsing would sit on his own cushion at the subaltern's feet, drinking heavy, scented anise seed brandy in great gulps, and telling strange stories of Fort Amara, which had been a palace in the old days, of Begums and Rannies, tortured to death, aye, in the very vaulted chamber that now served as a mess-room. Would tell stories of Sobrayan that made the subaltern's cheeks flush and tingle with pride of race, and of the Kuka Rising, from which so much was expected, and the foreknowledge of which was shared by 100,000 souls. But he never told tales of 57, because, as he said, he was the subaltern's guest, and 57 is a year that no man, black or white, cares to speak of. Once only, when the anise seed brandy had slightly affected his head, he said, "Sahib, speaking now of a matter which lay between Sobrayan and the affair of the cookers, it was ever a wonder to us that you stayed your hand at all, and that, having stayed it, you did not make the land one prison. And now I hear from without that you do great honour to all men of our country, and by your own hands are destroying the terror of your name, which is your strong rock and defence. This is a foolish thing. Will oil and water mix now, in 57? "I was not born then, Sabadeh Sahib," said the subaltern, and Kemsing reeled to his quarters. The subaltern would tell me of these conversations at the club, and my desire to see Kemsing increased. But Wali Dad, sitting in the window seat of the house on the city wall, said that it would be a cruel thing to do, and Lalun pretended that I preferred the society of a grizzled old Sikh to hers. "Here is tobacco, here is talk, here are many friends and all the news of the city, and above all, here is myself. I will tell you stories and sing you songs, and Wali Dad will talk of his English nonsense in your ears. Is that worse than watching the caged animal yonder? Go tomorrow then, if you must, but today, such and such, and one will be here, and he will speak of wonderful things." It happened that tomorrow never came, and the warm heat of the latter rains gave place to the chill of early October, almost before I was aware of the flight of the year. The captain commanding the fort returned from leave and took over the charge of Kemsing according to the laws of seniority. The captain was not a nice man. He called all natives niggers, which, besides being extreme bad form, shows gross ignorance. "What's the use of telling off two Tommies to watch that old nigger?" said he. "I fancy it soothes the vanity," said the subaltern. "The men are ordered to keep well out of his way, but he takes them as tribute to his importance, poor old wretch. I won't have linemen taking off regular guards in this way. Put on a couple of native infantry." "Sikhs," said the subaltern, lifting his eyebrows. "Sikhs, Pathans, Dogras, they're all alike, these black vermin." And the captain talked to Kemsing in a manner which hurt that old gentleman's feelings. 15 years before, when he had been caught for the second time, everyone looked upon him as a sort of tiger. He liked being regarded in this light, but he forgot the world goes forward in 15 years, and many subalterns are promoted to captaincies. "The Captain Pig is in charge of the fort," said Kemsing to his native guard every morning, and the native guard said, "Yes, Sabadeh Sahib," in deference to his age and his air of distinction, but they did not know who he was. In those days, the gathering in Lalun's little white room was always large and talked more than before. "The Greeks," said Wali Dad, who had been borrowing my books, "the inhabitants of the city of Athens, where they were always hearing and telling some new thing, rigorously secluded their women, who were fools. Hence the glorious institution of the heterodox women, is it not? Who are amusing and not fools. All the Greek philosophers delighted in their company. Tell me, friend, how it goes now in Greece and the other places upon the continent of Europe. Are your womenfolk also fools?" "Wali Dad," I said, "you never speak to us about your womenfolk, and we never speak about ours too. That is a bar between us." "Yes," said Wali Dad, "it is curious to think that our common meeting place should be here, in the house of a common... how do you call her?" He pointed with the pipe mouth to Lalun. "Lalun is nothing but Lalun," I said, and that was perfectly true. "But if you took your place in the world, Wali Dad, and gave up dreaming dreams..." I might wear an English coat and trouser. I might be a leading Mohammedan pleader. I might be received even at the commissioners' tennis parties, where the English stand on one side and the natives on the other, in order to promote social intercourse throughout the empire. Heart's heart, said he to Lalun quickly. The Sahib says that I ought to quit you. The Sahib is always talking stupid talk, returned Lalun, with a laugh. In this house I am a queen, and thou art a king. The Sahib... She put her arms above her head and thought for a moment. The Sahib shall be our vizier, thine and mine, Wali Dad, because he has said that thou shouldst leave me. Wali Dad laughed immoderately, and I laughed too. Be it so, said he. My friend, are you willing to take this lucrative government appointment? Lalun, what shall his pay be? But Lalun began to sing, and for the rest of the time there was no hope of getting a sensible answer from her or Wali Dad. When the one stopped, and the other began to quote Persian poetry with a triple pun in every other line, some of it was not strictly proper, but it was all very funny, and it only came to an end when a fat person in black with gold pince-nez sent up his name to Lalun, and Wali Dad dragged me into the twinkling night to walk in a big rose garden and talk heresies about religion and governments and a man's career in life. The Moharram, the great mourning festival of the Mohammedans, was close at hand, and the things that Wali Dad said about religious fanaticism would have secured his expulsion from the loosest-thinking Muslim sect. There were the rose bushes around us, the stars above us. From every quarter of the city came the boom of the big Moharram drums. You must know that the city is divided in fairly equal proportions between the Hindus and the Mussulmans, and where both creeds belong to the fighting races, a big religious festival gives ample chance for trouble. When they can, that is to say, when the authorities are weak enough to allow it, the Hindus do their best to arrange some minor feast day of their own in time to clash with the period of general mourning for the martyrs Hassan and Hussein, the heroes of the Moharram. Gilt and painted paper presentations of their tombs are borne with shouting and wailing, music, torches and yells through the principal thoroughfares of the city, which fakements are called taziyas. Their passage is rigorously laid down beforehand by the police, and detachments of police accompany each taziyas, lest the Hindus should throw bricks at it, and the peace of the Queen and the heads of her loyal subjects should thereby be broken. Moharram time in a fighting town means anxiety to all the officials because, if a riot breaks out, the officials and not the rioters are held responsible. The former must foresee everything, and while not making their precautions ridiculously elaborate, I must see that they are at least adequate. Listen to the drums, said Wali Dad. That is the heart of the people, empty and making much noise. How think you will the Moharram go this year? I think there will be trouble. He turned down a side street and left me alone with the stars and a sleepy police patrol. Then I went to bed and dreamed that Wali Dad had sacked the city and I was made vizier with Lalun Silver Hooker for mark of office. All day the Moharram drums beat in the city, and all day deputations of tearful Hindu gentlemen besieged the Deputy Commissioner with assurances that they would be murdered and next dawning by the Mohammedans, which, said the Deputy Commissioner, in confidence to the head of police, is a pretty fair indication that the Hindus are going to make themselves unpleasant. I think we can arrange a little surprise for them. I've given the heads of both creeds fair warning. If they choose to disregard it, so much the worse for them. There was a large gathering in Lalun's house that night, but of men that I have never seen before, if I except the fat gentleman in black with the gold pince-nez. Wali Dad lay in the window seat, more bitterly scornful of his faith and its manifestations than I had ever known him. Lalun's maid was very busy cutting up and mixing tobacco for the guests. We could hear the thunder of the drums as the processions accompanying each tazia marched to the central gathering place in the plain outside the city, preparatory to their triumphant re-entry and circuit within the walls. All the streets seemed ablaze with torches, and only Fort Amara was black and silent. When the noise of the drums ceased, no one in the White Room spoke for a time. "The first tazia has moved off," said Wali Dad, looking to the plain. "This is very early," said the man with the pince-nez. "It is only 8:30. The company rose and departed. "Some of them were men from Ladakh," said Lalun, when the last had gone. "They brought me brick tea, such as the Russians sell, and a tea-urn from Peshawar. Show me now how the English Mem Sahibs make tea." "The brick tea was abominable. When it was finished, Wali Dad suggested going into the streets. "I am nearly sure that there will be trouble tonight," he said. "All the city thinks so, and Vox Populi is Vox Dei, as the Babus say. Now I tell you that at the corner of Pajashi Gate you will find my horse all this night, if you want to go about and see things. It is a most disgraceful exhibition. Where is the pleasure of saying, 'Ya Hassan, Ya Hussein,' 20,000 times in a night?" All the processions, there were 22 of them, were now well within the city walls. The drums were beating afresh, the crowd were howling, "Ya Hassan, Ya Hussein," and beating their breasts. The brass bands were playing their loudest, and at every corner where space allowed, Mohammedan preachers were telling the lamentable story of the death of the martyrs. It was impossible to move, except with the crowd, for the streets were not more than 20 feet wide. In the Hindu quarters, the shutters of all the shops were up and cross-barred. As the first tazia, a gorgeous erection 10 feet high, was borne aloft on the shoulders of a score of stout men into the semi-darkness of the Gully of the Horsemen, a brickbat crashed through its talc and tinsel sides. "Into thy hands, O Lord," murmured Wali Dad, profanely, as a yell went up from behind, and a native officer of police jammed his horse through the crowd. Another brickbat followed, and the tazia staggered and swayed where it had stopped. "Go on. In the name of the Circa, go forward," shouted the policeman. But there was an ugly cracking and splintering of shutters, and the crowd halted, with oaths and growlings, before the house whence the brickbat had been thrown. And then, without any warning, broke the storm, not only in the Gully of the Horsemen, but in half a dozen other places. The tazirs rocked like ships at sea, the long pole torches dipped and rose round them, while the men shouted, "The Hindus are dishonouring the tazirs! Strike, strike, into their temples for the faith!" The 6 or 8 policemen with each tazir drew their batons and struck as long as they could in the hope of forcing the mob forward, but they were overpowered, and as contingents of Hindus poured through the streets, the fight became general. Half a mile away, where the tazirs were yet untouched, the drums and the shrieks of "Ya Hassan, Ya Hussein" continued, but not for long. The priests at the corners of the streets knocked the legs from the bedsteads that supported their pulpits and smote for the faith, while stones fell from the silent houses upon friend and foe, and the packed streets bellowed, "Din, din, din!" A tazir caught fire, and was dropped for a flaming barrier between Hindu and Mussulman at the corner of the gully. Then the crowd surged forward, and Wali Dad drew me close to the stone pillar of a well. "It was intended from the beginning," he shouted in my ear, with more heat than blank unbelief should be guilty of. "The bricks were carried up to the houses beforehand. These swine of Hindus, they shall be gutting kine in their temples tonight." Tazir after tazir, some burning, others torn to pieces, hurried past us, and the mob with them, howling, shrieking, and striking at the house doors in their flight. At last we saw the reason of the rush. Huganin, the assistant district superintendent of police, a boy of 20, had got together 30 constables and was forcing the crowd through the streets. His old grey police horse showed no sign of uneasiness as it was spurred breast on into the crowd, and the long dog whip with which he had armed himself was never still. "They know we haven't enough police to hold 'em," he cried, and as he passed me, mopping a cut on his face, "They know we haven't. Aren't any of the men from the club coming down to help? Get on, you sons of burn fathers!" The dog whip cracked across the writhing backs, and the constables smote afresh with baton and gun butt. With these passed the lights and the shouting, and Wali Dad began to swear under his breath. From Fort Amara shot up a single rocket, then 2, side by side. It was the signal for troops. Pettit, the deputy commissioner, covered with dust and sweat, but calm and gently smiling, cantered up the clean-swept street in rear of the main body of the rioters. "No one killed yet," he shouted. "I'll keep 'em on the run till dawn. Don't let 'em hold Hugonin. Trot 'em about till the troops come." The science of the defence lay solely in keeping the mob on the move. If they had breathing space, they would halt and fire a house, and then the work of restoring order would be more difficult, to say the least of it. Flames have the same effect on a crowd as blood has on a wild beast. Word had reached the club, and men in evening dress were beginning to show themselves and lend a hand in heading off and breaking up the shouting masses with stirrup leathers, whips, or chance-found staves. They were not very often attacked, for the rioters had sense enough to know that the death of a European would not mean one hanging, but many, and possibly the appearance of the thrice-dreaded artillery. The clamour in the city redoubled. The Hindus had descended into the streets in real earnest, and ere long the mob returned. It was a strange sight. There were no tazirs, only their riven platforms, and there were no police. Here and there, a city dignitary, Hindu or Mohammedan, was vainly imploring his co-religionists to keep quiet and behave themselves, advice for which his white beard was pulled. Then a native officer of police, unhorsed, but still using his spurs with effect, would be borne along, warning all the crowd of the danger of insulting the government. Everywhere, men struck aimlessly with sticks, grasping each other by the throat, howling and foaming with rage, or beat with their bare hands on the doors of the houses. "It is a lucky thing that they are fighting with natural weapons," I said to Wali Dad, "else we should have half the city killed." I turned as I spoke and looked at his face. His nostrils were distended, his eyes were fixed, and he was smiting himself softly on the breast. The crowd poured by with renewed riot, a gang of Mussulmans hard-pressed by some 100 Hindu fanatics. Wali Dad left my side with an oath, and shouting, "Ya Hussain! Ya Hussain!" plunged into the thick of the fight, where I lost sight of him. I fled by a side alley to the Bajashi gate, where I found Wali Dad's house, and thence rode to the fort. Once outside the city wall, the tumult sank to a dull roar, very impressive under the stars, and reflecting great credit on the 50,000 angry, able-bodied men who were making it. The troops, who, at the Deputy Commissioner's insistence, had been ordered to rendezvous quietly near the fort, showed no signs of being impressed. 2 companies of native infantry, a squadron of native cavalry, and a company of British infantry were kicking their heels in the shadow of the east face, waiting for orders to march in. I am sorry to say that they were all pleased, unholily pleased, at the chance of what they called a little fun. The senior officers, to be sure, grumbled at having been kept out of bed, and the English troops pretended to be sulky. But there was joy in the hearts of all the subalterns, and whispers ran up and down the line. "No ball cartridge? Oh, what a beastly shame. Do you think the beggars will really stand up to us? I hope I shall meet my moneylender there. I owe him more than I can afford. Oh, won't they let us even unsheathe swords? Hurrah! Up goes the 4th rocket. Fall in there." The garrison artillery, who, to the last, cherished a wild hope that they might be allowed to bombard the city at 100 yards range, lined the parapet above the east gateway and cheered themselves hoarse as the British infantry doubled along the road to the main gate of the city. The cavalry cantered on to the Pajashi gate, and the native infantry marched slowly to the gate of the butchers. The surprise was intended to be of a distinctly unpleasant nature, and to come on top of the defeat of the police, who had been just able to keep the Mohammedans from firing the houses of a few leading Hindus. The bulk of the riot lay in the north and northwest wards. The east and southeast were by this time dark and silent, and I rode hastily to Lalun's house, for I wished to tell her to send someone in search of Wali Dad. The house was unlighted, but the door was open, and I climbed upstairs in the darkness. One small lamp in the white room showed Lalun and her maid leaning half out of the window, breathing heavily, and evidently pulling at something that refused to come. "Thou art late, very late," gasped Lalun, without turning her head. "Help us now, O fool, if thou hast not spent thy strength howling among the tazirs. Pull, Nasiban and I can do no more. Oh, Sahib, is it you? The Hindus have been hunting an old Mohammedan round the ditch with clubs. If they find him again, they will kill him. Help us to pull him up." I put my hands to the long red silk waistcloth that was hanging out of the window, and we 3 pulled and pulled with all the strength at our command. There was something very heavy at the end, and it swore in an unknown tongue as it kicked against the city wall. "Pull, oh, pull," said Lalun at the last. A pair of brown hands grasped the windowsill, and a venerable Mohammedan tumbled upon the floor very much out of breath. His jaws were tied up, his turban had fallen over one eye, and he was dusty and angry. Lalun hid her face in her hands for an instant and said something about Wali Dad that I could not catch. Then, to my extreme gratification, she threw her arms around my neck and murmured pretty things. I was in no haste to stop her, and Nasiban, being a handmaiden of tact, turned to the big jewel chest that stands in the corner of the white room and rummaged among the contents. The Mohammedan sat on the floor and glared. "One service more, Sahib, since thou hast come so opportunely," said Lalun. "Wilt thou—" It is very nice to be thou'd by Lalun. Take this old man across the city. The troops are everywhere, and they might hurt him, for he is old. To the Kamharzen Gate. There I think you may find a carriage to take him to his house. He is a friend of mine, and thou art more than a friend. Therefore I ask this." Nasiban bent over the man, tucked something into his belt, and I raised him up and led him into the streets. In crossing from the east to the west of the city, there was no chance of avoiding the troops and the crowd. Long before I reached the gully of the horsemen, I heard the shouts of the British infantry crying cheeringly, "Hut, you beggars! Hut, you devils! Get along! Go forward there!" Then followed the ringing of rifle butts and shrieks of pain. The troops were banging the bare toes of the mob with their gun butts, for not a bayonet had been fixed. My companion mumbled and jabbered as we walked on, until we were carried back by the crowd and had to force our way to the troops. I caught him by the wrist and felt a bangle there, the iron bangle of the Sikhs, but I had no suspicions, for Lalun had only 10 minutes before put her arms around me. Thrice we were carried back by the crowd, and when we made our way past the British infantry, it was to meet the Sikh cavalry, driving another mob before them with the butts of their lances. "What are these dogs?" said the old man. "Sikhs of the cavalry, father," I said, and we edged our way up the line of horses to abreast, and found the Deputy Commissioner, his helmet smashed on his head, surrounded by a knot of men who had come down from the club as amateur constables and had helped the police mightily. "We'll keep him on the run till dawn," said Pettit. "Who's your villainous friend?" I had only time to say, "The protection of the Circa," when a fresh crowd flying before the native infantry carried us 100 yards nearer to the Kamharzen Gate, and Pettit was swept away like a shadow. "I do not know. I cannot see. This is all new to me," moaned my companion. "How many troops are there in the city?" "Perhaps 500, I said. "A lack of men beaten by 500, and 6 among them. Surely, I am an old man, but the Kamharzen Gate is new. Who pulled down the stone lions? Where is the conduit? Sahib, I am a very old man, and alas, I cannot stand." He dropped in the shadow of the Kamharzen Gate, where there was no disturbance. A fat gentleman wearing gold pince-nez came out of the darkness. "You are most kind to bring my old friend," he said suavely. "He is a landholder of Akala. He should not be in a big city where there is religious excitement. But I have a carriage here. You are quite truly kind. Will you help me to put him in the carriage? It is very late." We bundled the old man into a hired Victoria that stood close to the gate, and I turned back to the house on the city wall. The troops were driving the people to and fro, while the police shouted, "To your houses! Get to your houses!" and the dog whip of the assistant district superintendent cracked remorselessly. Terror-stricken bunnies clung to the stirrups of the cavalry, crying that their houses had been robbed, which was a lie, and the burly Sikh horseman patted them on the shoulder and bade them to return to those houses lest worse things should happen. Parties of 5 or 6 British soldiers joining arms swept down the side gullies, their rifles on their backs, stamping with shouting and song upon the toes of Hindu and Mussulman. Never was religious enthusiasm more systematically squashed, and never were poor breakers of the peace more utterly weary and footsore. They were routed out of holes and corners, from behind well pillars and byres, and bidden to go to their houses. If they had no houses to go to, so much the worse for their toes. On returning to Lallan's door, I stumbled over a man at the threshold. He was sobbing hysterically, and his arms flapped like the wings of a goose. It was Wali Dad, agnostic and unbeliever, shoeless, turbanless, and frothing at the mouth. The flesh on his chest, bruised and bleeding from the vehemence with which he had smitten himself. A broken torch handle lay by his side, and his quivering lips murmured, "Ya Hussain! Ya Hussein!" As I stooped over him, I pushed him a few steps up the staircase, threw a pebble at Lalun's city window, and hurried home. Most of the streets were very still, and the cold wind that comes before the dawn whistled down them. In the centre of the square of the mosque, a man was bending over a corpse. The skull had been smashed in by gunbutt or bamboo stave. "It is expedient that one man should die for the people," said Pettit grimly, raising the shapeless head. "These brutes were beginning to show their teeth too much." And from afar we could hear the soldiers singing, "Two lovely black eyes," as they drove the remnant of the rioters within doors. Of course, you can guess what happened. I was not so clever. When the news went abroad that Kem Singh had escaped from the fort, I did not, since I was then living this story, not writing it, connect myself all alone, or the fat gentleman of the gold pince-nez, with his disappearance. Nor did it strike me that Wali Dad was the man who should have convoyed himself across the city, or that Laloon's arms round my neck were put there to hide the money that Nasiban gave to Kem Singh, and that Laloon had used me and my white face as even a better safeguard than Wali Dad, who proved himself so untrustworthy. All that I knew at the time was that when Fort Amara was taken up with the riots, Kem Singh profited by the confusion to get away, and that his 2 Sikh guards also escaped. But later on I received full enlightenment, and so did Kem Singh. He fled to those who knew him in the old days, but many of them were dead, and more were changed, and all knew something of the wrath of the government. He went to the young men, where the glamour of his name had passed away, and they were entering native regiments of government offices, and Kem Singh could give them neither pension, decorations, nor influence, nothing but a glorious death with their backs to the mouth of a gun. He wrote letters and made promises, and the letters fell into bad hands, and a wholly insignificant subordinate officer of police tracked them down and gained promotion thereby. Moreover, Kem Singh was old, and aniseed brandy was scarce, and he had left his silver cooking pots in Fort Amara with his nice warm bedding, and the gentleman with the gold pince-nez was told by those who had employed him that Kem Singh, as a popular leader, was not worth the money paid. "Great is the mercy of these fools of English," said Kem Singh when the situation was put before him. "I will go back to Fort Amara of my own free will, and gain honour, and give me good clothes to return in." So, at his own time, Kem Singh knocked at the wicket gate of the fort, and walked to the captain of the subaltern, who were nearly grey-headed on account of correspondence that daily arrived from Simla, marked "Private." "I have come back, Captain Sahib," said Kem Singh. "Put no more guards over me. It is no good out yonder." A week later, I saw him for the first time, to my knowledge, and he made as though there were an understanding between us. "It was well done, Sahib," said he, "and greatly I admired your astutness in thus boldly facing the troops when I, whom they would have doubtless torn to pieces, was with you. Now, there is a man in Fort Utgah whom a bold man could with ease help to escape. This is the position of the fort, as I draw it in the sand." But I was thinking how I had become Laloon's vizier, after all. The Broken Link Handicap. While the snaffle holds, or the long neck slings, while the big beam tilts, or the last bell rings, while horses are horses to train and to race, then women and wine take a second place. For me, while a short 10-3 has a field to squander, or fence to face. Song of the G.R. There are more ways of running a horse to suit your book than pulling his head off in the straight. Some men forget this. Understand clearly that all racing is rotten, as everything connected with losing money must be. In India, in addition to its inherent rottenness, it has the merit of being a 2/3 sham, looking pretty on paper only. Everyone knows everyone else far too well for business purposes. How on earth can you rack and harry and post a man for his losings when you are fond of his wife, and live in the same station with him? He says, on the Monday following, "I can't settle just yet." You say, "All right, old man," and think yourself lucky if you pull off 900 out of a 2,000 rupee debt. Any way you look at it, Indian racing is immoral, and expensively immoral, which is much worse. If a man wants your money, he ought to ask for it, or send round a subscription list, instead of juggling about the country with an Australian larrikin, a Brumby with as much breed as the boy, a brace of chumars in gold-laced caps, 3 or 4 ekaponies with hogged manes, and a switch-tailed demi-rep of a mare called Arab, because she has a kink in her flag. Racing leads to the shroff quicker than anything else, But if you have no conscience and no sentiments, and good hands and some knowledge of pace, and 10 years' experience of horses, and several thousand rupees a month, I believe that you can occasionally contrive to pay your shoeing bills. Did you ever know Shackles, BWG, 15, 1 3/8, course loose, mule-like ears, barrel as long as a gatepost, tough as a telegraph wire, and the queerest brute that ever looked through a bridle. He was of no brand, being one of an ear-nicked mob taken into Bucephalus at £4 10 a head to make up freight, and sold raw and out of condition at Calcutta for 275 rupees. People who lost money on him called him a Brumby, but if ever any horse had Harpoon's shoulders and the gin's temper, Shackles was that horse. 2 miles was his own particular distance. He trained himself, ran himself, and rode himself, and if his jockey insulted him by giving him hints, he shut up at once and bucked the boy off. He objected to dictation. 2 or 3 of his owners did not understand this and lost money in consequence. At last, he was bought by a man who discovered that if a race was to be won, Shackles, and Shackles only, would win it in his own way, so long as his jockey sat still. This man had a riding boy called Brunt, a lad from Perth, West Australia, and he taught Brunt, with a trainer's whip, the hardest thing a jock can learn, to sit still, and to keep on sitting still. When Brunt fairly grasped this truth, Shackles devastated the country. No weight could stop him at his own distance, and the fame of Shackles spread from Ajmer in the south to Chedputter in the north. There was no horse like Shackles, so long as he was allowed to do his work in his own way. But he was beaten in the end, and the story of his fall is enough to make angels weep. At the lower end of the Chedputter racecourse, just before the turn into the straight, the track passes close to a couple of old brick mounds enclosing a funnel-shaped hollow. The big end of the funnel is not 6 feet from the railings on the offside. The astounding peculiarity of the course is that if you stand at one particular place, about half a mile away, inside the course, and speak at ordinary pitch, your voice just hits the funnel of the brick mounds and makes a curious whining echo there. A man discovered this one morning by accident while out training with a friend. He marked the place to stand and speak from with a couple of bricks, and he kept his knowledge to himself. Every peculiarity of a course is worth remembering in a country where rats play the mischief with the elephant litter, and stewards build jumps to suit their own stables. This man ran a very fairish country-bred, a long, racking high mare, with the temper of a fiend and the paces of an airy, wandering seraph, a drifty, glidey stretch. The mare was, as a delicate tribute to Mrs. Reever, called the Lady Regula Baden, or for short, Regula Baden. Shackles' jockey, Brunt, was a quite well-behaved boy, but his nerve had been shaken. He began his career by riding jump races in Melbourne, where a few stewards want lynching, and was one of the jockeys who came through the awful butchery, perhaps you will recall it, Maribyrnong Plate. The walls were colonial ramparts, logs of jarrah spiked into masonry, with wings as strong as church buttresses. Once, in his stride, a horse had to jump or fall. He couldn't run out. In the Maribyrnong Plate, 12 horses were jammed at the second wall. Red Hat, leading, fell this side and threw out the gled, and the ruck came up behind, and the space between wing and wing was one struggling, screaming, kicking shambles. 4 jockeys were taken out, dead. 3 were very badly hurt, and Brunt was among the 3. He told the story of the Maribyrnong Plate sometimes, and when he described how Wally on Red Hat said, as the mare fell under him, "God have mercy, I'm done for," and now, next instant, Sithy there and White Otter had crushed the life out of poor Wally, and the dust hid a small hell of men and horses, no one marvelled that Brunt had dropped jump races and Australia altogether. Regula Baden's owner knew that story by heart. Brunt never varied in the telling. He had no education. Shackles came to the Chedputter autumn races one year, and his owner walked about insulting the sportsmen of Chedputter generally, till they went to the honorary secretary in a body and said, "Appoint handicappers and arrange a race which shall break Shackles and humble the pride of his owner." The districts rose against Shackles and sent up their best. Owsle, who was supposed to be able to do his mile in 1:53, Petard the stud-bred, trained by a cavalry regiment who knew how to train, Gringolet the ewe-lamb of the 75th, Bobolink the pride of Peshawar, and many others. They called that race the Broken Link Handicap because it was to smash shackles, and the handicappers piled on the weights, and the fund gave 800 rupees, and the distance was round the course for all horses. Shackles' owner said, "You can arrange the race with regard to Shackles only, so long as you don't bury him under weight cloths. I don't mind." Regula Baden's owner said, "I throw in my mare to fret Ousel, 6 furlongs in Regula's distance, and she will then lie down and die. So also will Ousel, for his jockey doesn't understand a waiting race." Now, this was a lie, for Regula had been in work for 2 months at Dera, and her chances were good, always supposing that Shackles broke a blood vessel or Brunt moved on him. The plunging in the lotteries was fine. They filled 8,000 rupee lotteries on the Broken Link Handicap, and the account in the Pioneer was that favouritism was divided. In plain English, the various contingents were wild on their respective horses, for the handicappers had done their work well. The honorary secretary shouted himself hoarse through the din, and the smoke of the cheroots was like the smoke, and the rattling of the dice boxes like the rattle of small-arm fire. 10 horses started, very level, and Regula Baden's owner centred out on his hack to a place inside the circle of the course, where 2 bricks had been thrown. He faced toward the brick mounds at the lower end of the course, and waited. The story of the running is in the Pioneer. At the end of the first mile, Shackles crept out of the ruck, well on the outside, ready to get round the turn, lay hold of the bit, and spin up the straight before the others knew he had got away. Brunt was sitting still, perfectly happy, listening to the drum, drum, drum of the hoofs behind, and knowing that in about 20 strides Shackles would draw 1 deep breath and go up the last half-mile like the Flying Dutchman. As Shackles went short to take the turn and came abreast of the brick mound, Brunt heard, above the noise of the wind in his ears, a whining, wailing voice on the offside saying, "God have mercy, I'm done for." In one stride, Brunt saw the whole seething smash of the Maribyrnong plate before him, started in his saddle, and gave a yell of terror. The start brought the heels into Shackles' side, and the scream hurt Shackles' feelings. He couldn't stop dead, but he put out his feet and slid along for 50 yards, and then, very gravely and judiciously, bucked off Brunt, a shaking, a terror-stricken lump, while Regula Baden made a neck-and-neck race with Bobolink up the straight and won by a short head, Petard a bad third. Shackles' owner in the stand tried to think that his field glasses had gone wrong. Regula Baden's owner, waiting by the 2 bricks, gave one deep sigh of relief and cantered back to the stand. He had won, in lotteries and bets, about 15,000. It was a Broken Link Handicap with a vengeance. It broke nearly all the men concerned, and nearly broke the heart of Shackles' owner. He went down to interview Brunt, and the boy lay livid and gasping with fright where he tumbled off. The sin of losing the race never seemed to strike him. All he knew was that Wally had called him, that the call was a warning, and were he cut in 2 for it, he would never get up again. His nerve had gone altogether, and he only asked his master to give him a good thrashing and let him go. He was fit for nothing, he said. He got his dismissal and crept up to the paddock, white as chalk, with blue lips, his knees giving way under him. People said nasty things in the paddock, but Brunt never heeded. He changed into tweeds, took his stick, and went down the road, still shaking with fright, and muttering over and over again, "God have mercy, I'm done for." To the best of my knowledge and belief, he spoke the truth. So, now you know how the Broken Link Handicap was run and won. Of course, you don't believe it. You would credit anything about Russia's designs on India or the recommendations of the Currency Commission, but a little bit of sober fact is more than you can stand. On Greenhow Hill. To Love's low voice she lent a careless ear. Her hand within his rosy fingers lay. A chilling weight she would not turn or hear, but with averted face went on her way. But when pale Death, all featureless and grim, lifted his bony hand and, beckoning, held out his cypress wreath, she followed him, and Love was left forlorn and wondering, that she, who for his bidding would not stay, at death's first whisper rose and went away. Rivals.
Oh, hey, Ahmeddin, Shafiz, Allahu, Bahadur Khan, where are you? Come out of the tents as I have done and fight against the English. Don't kill your own kin. Come out to me.
The deserter from a native corps was crawling round the outskirts of the camp, firing at intervals and shouting invitations to his old comrades. Misled by the rain and the darkness, he came to the English wing of the camp, and with his yelping and rifle practice disturbed the men. They had been making roads all day, and were tired. Ortheris was sleeping at Leroyd's feet. "What's all that?" he said thickly. Leroyd snored, and a Snyder bullet ripped its way through the tent wall. The men swore. "It's that blooming deserter from Aurungabadis," said Ortheris. "Get up! Someone get up and tell him he's come to the wrong shop." "Oh, go to sleep, little man," said Mulvaney, who was steaming nearest the door. "I can't arise and expatiate with him. 'Tis raining and trenching tools outside." "'Tain't because you blooming can't, it's 'cause you blooming won't, you long, limp, lousy, lazy beggar, you. Hark to him howling." "What's the good of argufying? Put a bullet in the swine, he's keeping us awake," said another voice. A subaltern shouted angrily, and a dripping sentry whined from the darkness. "'Tain't no good, sir, I can't see him. He's hiding somewhere down hill." Ortheris tumbled out of his blanket. "Shall I try to get him, sir?" said he. "No," was the answer. "Lie down. I won't have the whole camp shooting all around the clock. Tell him to go and pot his friends." Ortheris considered for a moment, then, putting his head under the tent wall, he called up, as a bus conductor calls in a block, "Oyer up there! Oyer up!" The men laughed, and the laughter was carried downwind to the deserter, who, hearing that he had made a mistake, went off to worry his own regiment, half a mile away. He was received with shots. The Aurungabadis were very angry with him for disgracing their colours. "And that's all right," said Ortheris, withdrawing his head as he heard the hiccup of the Snyders in the distance. "Sell me gold, though. That man's not fit to live, messing with me beauty sleep this way." "Go out and shoot him in the morning, then," said the subaltern incautiously. "Silence in the tents now. Get your rest, men." Ortheris lay down with a happy little sigh, and in 2 minutes there was no sound except the rain on the canvas and the all-embracing elemental snoring of Leroyd. The camp lay on a bare ridge of the Himalayas, and for a week had been waiting for a flying column to make connection. The nightly rounds of the deserter and his friends had become a nuisance. In the morning the men dried themselves in hot sunshine and cleaned their grimy accoutrements. The native regiment was to take its turn of road-making that day, while the old regiment loafed. "I'm going to lay for a shot at that man," said Ortheris, when he had finished washing out his rifle. "It comes up the watercourse every evening about 5 o'clock. If we go and lie out on the North Hill a bit this afternoon, we'll get him." "You're a bloodthirsty little mosquito," said Mulvaney, blowing blue clouds into the air, "but I suppose I'll have to come with you. Where's Jock?" "Gone out with the mixed pickles, 'cause he thinks himself a blooming marksman," said Ortheris with scorn. The mixed pickles were a detachment of picked shots, generally employed in clearing spurs of hills when the enemy were too impertinent. This taught the young officers how to handle men, and did not do the enemy much harm. Mulvaney and Ortheris strolled out of camp, and passed the Aurungabadis, going to their road-making. "You've got to sweat today," said Ortheris genially. "We're going to get your man. You didn't knock him out last night by any chance, did you?" "No, the pig went away mocking us. I had one shot at him," said a private. "He's my cousin. I ought to have cleared our dishonour, but good luck to you." They went cautiously to the North Hill, Ortheris leading, because, as he explained, "This is a long-range show, and I've got to do it." His was an almost passionate devotion to his rifle, which, by barrack-room report, he was supposed to kiss every night before turning in. Charges and scuffles he held in contempt, and when they were inevitable, slipped between Mulvaney and Leroyd, bidding them to fight for his skin as well as their own. They never failed him. He trotted along, questing like a hound on a broken trail, through the wood of the North Hill. At last he was satisfied, and threw himself down on the soft pine-needle slope that commanded a clear view of the watercourse and a brown, bare hillside beyond it. The trees made a scented darkness, in which an army corps could have hidden from the sun glare without. "Here's the tail of the wood," said Ortheris. "He's got to come up the watercourse 'cause it gives him cover. We'll lay here. 'Tain't not half so blooming dusty neither." He buried his nose in a clump of scentless white violets. No one had come to tell the flowers that the season of their strength was long past, and they had bloomed merrily in the twilight of the pines. "This is something like," he said luxuriously. "What a heavenly clear drop for a bullet across. How much do you make it, Mulvaney?" 700, maybe a trifle less, because the earth's so thin." Whop, 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 went a volley of musketry on the rear face of the North Hill. "Curse them mixed pickles firing at nothing. They'll scare off the country." "Try a sighting shot in the middle of the road," said Mulvaney, the man of many wiles. "There's a red rock yonder he'll be sure to pass. Quick!" Ortheris ran his sight up 600 yards and fired. The bullet threw up a feather of dust by a clump of gentians at the base of the rock. "Good enough," said Ortheris, snapping the scale down. "You sneak your sights to mine or a little lower. You're always firing high, but remember, first shot to me. Oh, lordy, but it's a lovely afternoon." The noise of the firing grew louder, and there was a tramping of men in the wood. The two lay very quiet, for they knew that the British soldier is desperately prone to fire at anything that moves or calls. Then Leroyd appeared, his tunic ripped across the breast by a bullet. Looking ashamed of himself, he flung down on the pine needles, breathing in snorts. "One of them damn gardeners are the pickles," said he, fingering the rent. "Far into the right flank, when he knowed I was there. If I knew who it was, I'd have ripped the hide off of him. Look at my tunic." "That's the special trustability of a marksman. Train him to hit a fly with a steady wrist at 700, and he lose on anything he sees or hears up to the mile. You're well out of that fancy firing gang, Jock. Stay here." "Been firing at the blooming wind in the blooming treetops," said Ortheris with a chuckle. "I'll show you some firing later on." They wallowed in the pine needles, and the sun warmed them where they lay. The mixed pickles ceased firing and returned to camp, and left the wood to a few scared apes. The watercourse lifted up its voice in the silence and talked foolishly to the rocks, and now and again the dull thump of a blasting charge 3 miles away told that the Aurungabadis were in difficulties with their road-making. The men smiled as they listened and lay still, soaking in the warm leisure. Presently, "Seems queer about him yonder, to certain and all." "He'll be a blooming sight queerer when I've done with him," said Ortheris. They were talking in whispers, for the stillness of the wood and the desire of slaughter lay heavy upon them. "I make no doubt he had his reasons for deserting, but my faith, I make less doubt every man has good reason for killing him," said Mulvaney. "Happen there was a lass chewed up with it. A man do more and more for the sake of a lass. They make most of us list. They've no manner of right to make us desert." They make us list as their fathers do," said Leroyd softly, his helmet over his eyes. Ortheris's brows contracted savagely. He was watching the valley. "If it's a girl, I'll shoot the beggar twice over, and second time for being a fool. You're blasted sentimental all of a sudden, thinking of your last near shave." Ortheris suddenly rose to his knees, his rifle at his shoulder, and peered across the valley in the clear afternoon light. His chin cuddled the stock, and there was a twitching of the muscles of the right cheek as he sighed. Private Stanley Ortheris was engaged on his business. A speck of white crawled up the watercourse. "See that beggar? Got him!" 700 yards away, and a full 200 down the hillside, the deserter of the Aurungabadis pitched forward, rolled down a red rock, and lay very still, with his face in a clump of blue gentians, while a big raven flapped out of the pinewood to make investigation. "That's a clean shot, little man," said Mulvaney. Leroyd thoughtfully watched the smoke clear away. "Happen there was a lass chewed up with him, tay," said he. Ortheris did not reply. He was staring across the valley with the smile of the artist who looks on the completed work. To be filed for reference. By the hoof of the wild goat uptossed, from the cliff where she lay in the sun fell the stone. To the tarn where the daylight is lost, so she fell from the light of the sun, and alone. Now the fall was ordained from the first, with the goat and the cliff and the tarn, but the stone knows only her life is accursed, as she sinks in the depths of the tarn, and alone. O thou who hast builded the world, O thou who hast lighted the sun, O thou who hast darkened the tarn, judge thou the sin of the stone that was hurled by the goat from the light of the sun, as she sinks in the mire of the tarn, even now, even now, even now. From the unpublished papers of Mackintosh Jalaluddin.
Say it is dawn. Is it dusker in thy bower, thou whom I long for, who longest for me? Oh, be it night, be it... Here he fell over a little camel colt that was sleeping in the serai, where the horse traders and the best of the blackguards from Central Asia live. And because he was very drunk indeed, and the night was dark, he could not rise again till I helped him. That was the beginning of my acquaintance with Mackintosh Jalaluddin. When a loafer and drunk sings the song of the bower, he must be worth cultivating. He got off the camel's back and said rather thickly, I'm a bit screwed, but a dip in loggerhead will put me right again. And I say, have you spoken to Simmons about the mare's knees? Now, Loggerhead was 6,000 weary miles away from us, close to Mesopotamia, where you mustn't fish and poaching is impossible, and Charlie Simmons' stable a half-mile farther across the paddocks. It was strange to hear all the old names on a May night, among the horses and camels of the Sultan caravanserai. Then the man seemed to remember himself and sober down at the same time. We leaned against the camel and pointed to a corner of the serai where a lamp was burning. "I live there," said he, "and I should be extremely obliged if you would be good enough to help my mutinous feet thither, for I am more than usually drunk, most phenomenally tight. Not in respect to my head. My brain cries out against... how does it go? But my head rolls on the dunghill, I should have said, and controls the qualm." I helped him through the gangs of tethered horses, and he collapsed on the edge of the veranda in front of the line of native quarters. "Thanks, 1,000 thanks. Oh, moon and little stars. To think that a man should so shamelessly, infamously cut through. Ovid in exile drank no worse, better. It was frozen. Alas, I had no ice. Good night. I would introduce you to my wife were I sober, or she civilized." A native woman came out of the darkness of the room and began calling the man names, so I went away. He was the most interesting loafer that I had had the pleasure of knowing for a long time, and later on he became a friend of mine. He was a tall, well-built, fair man, fearfully shaken with drink, and he looked nearer 50 than the 35 which he said was his real age. When a man begins to sink in India and is not sent home by his friends as soon as may be, he falls very low from a respectable point of view. By the time that he changes his creed, as did Mackintosh, he is past redemption. In most cities, natives will tell you of 2 or 3 sahibs, generally low caste, who have turned Hindu or Mussulman, and who live more or less as such, but it is not often that you can get to know them. As Mackintosh himself used to say, "If I change my religion for my stomach's sake, I do not seek to become a martyr to missionaries, nor am I anxious for notoriety." At the outset of acquaintance, Mackintosh warned me, "Remember this, I'm not an object for charity. I require neither your money, your food, nor your cast-off raiment. I am that rare animal, a self-supporting drunkard. If you choose, I will smoke with you, for the tobacco of the bazaars does not, I admit, suit my palate. And I will borrow any books which you may not specially value. It is more than likely that I shall sell them for bottles of excessively filthy country liquors. In return, you shall share such hospitality as my house affords. Here is a charpoy on which 2 can sit, and it is possible that there may, from time to time, be food on that platter. A drink, unfortunately, you will find on the premises at any hour, and thus I make you welcome to all my poor establishment." I was admitted to the Mackintosh household, I and my good tobacco, but nothing else. Unluckily, one cannot visit a loafer in the serai by day. Friends buying horses would not understand it. Consequently, I was obliged to see Mackintosh after dark. He laughed at this, and said simply, "You are perfectly right. When I enjoyed a position in society rather higher than yours, I should have done exactly the same thing. Good heavens, I was once—" He spoke as though he had fallen from the command of a regiment. "An Oxford man." This accounted for the reference to Charlie Simmons' stable. "You," said Mackintosh slowly, "have not had that advantage, but to outward appearance you do not seem possessed of a craving for strong drinks. On the whole, I fancy that you are the luckier of the 2. Yet I am not certain. You are, forgive me saying so, even while I am smoking your excellent tobacco,
painfully ignorant of many things. We were sitting together on the edge of his bedstead, for he owned no chairs, watching the horses being watered for the night, while the native woman was preparing dinner. I did not like being patronised by a loafer, but I was his guest for the time being, though he owned only one very torn alpaca coat and a pair of trousers made out of gunny bags. He took the pipe out of his mouth and went on judicially. All things considered, I doubt whether you are the luckier. I do not refer to your extremely limited classical attainments or your excruciating quantities, but to your gross ignorance of matters more immediately under your notice. That, for instance, he pointed to a woman cleaning a samovar near the well in the centre of the serai. She was flicking the water out of the spout in regular, condensed jerks. There are ways and ways of cleaning samovars. If you knew why she was doing her work in that particular fashion, you would know what the Spanish monk meant when he said, "I, the Trinity, illustrate, drinking watered orange pulp. In 3 sips the Aryan frustrate, while he drains his at 1 gulp." And many other things which are now hidden from your eyes. However, Mrs. McIntosh has prepared dinner. Let us come and eat after the fashion of the people of the country, of whom, by the way, you know nothing. The native woman dipped her hand in the dish with us. This was wrong. The wife should always wait until her husband has eaten. McIntosh Jalaluddin apologised, saying, "It is an English prejudice which I have not been able to overcome, and she loves me. Why, I have never been able to understand. I foregathered with her at Jalandhar 3 years ago, and she has remained with me ever since. I believe her to be moral, and know her to be skilled in cookery." He patted the woman's head as he spoke, and she cooed softly. She was not pretty to look at. McIntosh never told me what position he'd held before his fall. He was, when sober, a scholar and a gentleman. When drunk, he was rather more of the first than the second. He used to get drunk about once a week for 2 days. On those occasions, the native woman tended him while he raved in all tongues except his own. One day, indeed, he began reciting Atlanta in Calydon and went through it to the end, beating time to the swing of the verse with the bedstead leg. But he did most of his ravings in Greek or German. The man's mind was a perfect ragbag of useless things. Once, when he was beginning to get sober, he told me that I was the only rational being in the inferno into which he descended, a Virgil in the shades, he said, and that in return for my tobacco he would, before he died, give me the materials of a new inferno that should make me greater than Dante. Then he fell asleep on a horse blanket and woke up quite calm. "Man," said he, "when you have reached the uttermost depths of degradation, little incidents which would vex a higher life are to you of no consequence. Last night my soul was among the gods, but I make no doubt that my bestial body was writhing down here in the garbage." "You were abominably drunk, if that's what you mean," I said. "I was drunk, filthily drunk. I, who am the son of a man with whom you have no concern. I, who once was fellow of a college whose buttery hatch you have not seen. I was loathsomely drunk, but consider how lightly I am touched. It is nothing to me, less than nothing, for I do not even feel the headache which should be my portion. And now, in a higher life, how ghastly would have been my punishment, how bitter my repentance. Believe me, my friend, with the neglected education, the highest is as the lowest, always supposing each degree extreme. He turned round on the blanket, put his head between his fists, and continued. "On the soul which I have lost, and on the conscience which I have killed, I tell you that I cannot feel. I am, as the gods, knowing good and evil, but untouched by either. Is this enviable, or is it not? When a man has lost the warning of next morning's head, he must be in a bad state." I answered, looking at McIntosh on the blanket with his hair over his eyes and his lips blue white, that I did not think the insensibility good enough. "Oh, for pity's sake, don't say that. I tell you, it is as good and most enviable. Think of my consolations." "Have you so many then, McIntosh?" "Certainly. Your attempt at sarcasm, which is essentially the weapon of a cultured man, are crude. First, my attainments, my classical and literary knowledge, blurred, perhaps, by immoderate drinking, which reminds me that before my soul went to the gods last night, I sold the Pickering Horace you so kindly loaned me. Ditamal the clothesman has it. It fetched 10 annas and may be redeemed for a rupee, but still infinitely superior to yours. Secondly, the abiding affection of Mrs. Mackintosh, best of wives. Thirdly, a monument more enduring than brass, which I have built up in the 7 years of my degradation. He stopped there and crawled across the room for a drink of water. He was very shaky and sick. He referred several times to his treasure, some great possession that he owned, but I held this to be the raving of drink. He was as poor and as proud as he could be. His manner was not pleasant, but he knew enough about the natives, among whom 7 years of his life had been spent, to make his acquaintance worth having. He used actually to laugh at Strickland as an ignorant woman. Ignorant west and east, he said. His boast was first that he was an Oxford man of rare and shining parts, which may or may not have been true. I did not know enough to check his statements. And secondly, that he had his hand on the pulse of native life, which was a fact. As an Oxford man, he struck me as a prig. He was always throwing his education about. As a Mohammedan Vakar, as Mackintosh Jalaluddin, he was all that I wanted for my own ends. He smoked several pounds of my tobacco and taught me several ounces of things worth knowing. But he would never accept any gifts, not even when the cold weather came, and gripped the poor thin chest under the poor thin alpaca coat. He grew very angry and said that I had insulted him and that he was not going into hospital. He had lived like a beast and he would die rationally like a man. As a matter of fact, he died of pneumonia and on the night of his death sent over a grubby note asking me to come and help him to die. The native woman was weeping by the side of the bed. Mackintosh, wrapped in a cotton cloth, was too weak to resent fur coat being thrown over him. He was very active as far as his mind was concerned, and his eyes were blazing. When he had abused the doctor who came with me so foully that the indignant old fellow left, he cursed me for a few minutes and calmed down. And then he told his wife to fetch out the book from a hole in the wall. She brought out a big bundle wrapped in the tail of a petticoat, of old sheets of miscellaneous notepaper, all numbered and covered with fine cramped writing. Mackintosh ploughed his hand through the rubbish and stirred it up lovingly. "This," he said, "is my work, the book of Mackintosh Jalaluddin, showing what he saw and how he lived, and what befell him and others, being also an account of the life and sins and death of Mother Maturin. What Mirza Murad Ali Beg's book is to all other books on native life, will my work be to Mirza Murad Ali Beg's." This, as will be conceded by anyone who knows Mirza Murad Ali Beg's book, was a sweeping statement. The papers did not look especially valuable, but Mackintosh handled them as if they were currency notes. And then he said, slowly, "In despite the many weaknesses of your education, you have been good to me. I will speak of your tobacco when I reach the gods. I owe you much thanks for many kindnesses, but I abominate indebtedness. For this reason, I bequeath to you now the monument more enduring than brass, my one book, rude and imperfect in parts, but oh, how rare in others. I wonder if you will understand it. It is a gift more honourable than... where is my brain rambling to? You will mutilate it horribly. You will knock out the gems you call Latin quotations, you Philistine, and you will butcher the style to carve into your own jerky jargon, but you cannot destroy the whole of it. I bequeath it to you, Ethel... Oh, my brain again. Mrs. Mackintosh, bear witness that I give the Sahib all these papers. They would be of no use to you, heart of my heart, and I lay it upon you." He turned to me here, "that you do not let my book die in its present form. It is yours unconditionally, the story of Mackintosh Jalaluddin, which is not the story of Mackintosh Jalaluddin, but of a greater man than he, and of a far greater woman. Listen now, I am neither mad nor drunk. That book will make you famous." I said, "Thank you," as the native woman put the bundle into my arms. "My only baby," said Mackintosh with a smile. He was sinking fast, but he continued to talk as long as breath remained. I waited for the end, knowing that in 6 cases out of 10, a dying man calls for his mother. He turned on his side and said, "Say how it came into your possession. No one will believe you, but my name at least will live. You will treat it brutally. I know you will. Some of it must go. The public are fools, and prudish fools. I was their servant once, but do your mangling gently, very gently. It is a great work, and I have paid for it in 7 years' damnation." His voice stopped for 10 or 12 breaths, and then he began mumbling a prayer of some kind in Greek. The native woman cried very bitterly. Lastly, he rose in bed and said, as loudly as slowly, "Not guilty, my lord." And then he fell back, and the stupor held him till he died. The native woman ran into the serai among the horses and screamed and beat her breasts, for she had loved him. Perhaps his last sentence in life told what Mackintosh had once gone through. But saving the big bundle of old sheets in the cloth, there was nothing in his room to say who or what he had been. The papers were in a hopeless muddle. Strickland helped me to sort them, and he said that the writer was either an extreme liar or a most wonderful person. He thought the former. One of these days you may be able to judge for yourselves. The bundle needed much expurgation and was full of Greek nonsense at the head of the chapters, which has all been cut out. If the thing is ever published, someone may perhaps remember this story, now printed as a safeguard to prove that Mackintosh Jalaluddin, and not I myself, wrote the book of Mother Maturin. I don't want the giant's robe to come true in my case. The Man Who Would Be King. Brother to a prince, and fellow to a beggar, if he be found worthy. The law, as quoted, lays down a fair conduct of life, and one not easy to follow. I have been fellow to a beggar again and again under circumstances which prevented either of us finding out whether the other was worthy. I have still to be brother to a prince, though I once came near to kinship with what might have been a veritable king, and was promised the reversion of a kingdom, army, law courts, revenue, and policy all complete. But today I greatly fear that my king is dead, and if I want a crown, I must go and hunt it for myself. The beginning of everything was in a railway station, upon the road to Mo from Ajmer. There had been a deficit in the budget, which necessitated travelling not second class, which is only half as dear as first class, but by intermediate, which is very awful indeed. There are no cushions in the intermediate class, and the population are either intermediate, which is Eurasian, or native, which for a long night journey is nasty, or loafer, which is amusing though intoxicated. Intermediates do not patronise refreshment rooms. They carry their food in bundles and pots and buy sweets from the native sweetmeat sellers and drink the roadside water. That is why, in the hot weather, intermediates are taken out of the carriages dead, and in all weathers are most properly looked down upon. My particular intermediate happened to be empty till I reached Nazirabad, when a huge gentleman in shirt-sleeves entered, and, following the custom of intermediates, passed the time of day. He was a wanderer and a vagabond like myself, but with an educated taste for whisky. He told tales of things he had seen and done, of out-of-the-way corners of the empire into which he had penetrated, and of adventures in which he risked his life for a few days' food. "If India was filled with men like you and me, not knowing more than the crows where they'd get their next day's rations, it isn't 70 millions of revenue the land would be paying, it's 700 millions, said he. And as I looked at his mouth and chin, I was disposed to agree with him. We talked politics, the politics of loaferdom, that sees things from the underside, where the lath and plaster is not smoothed off. And we talked postal arrangements, because my friend wanted to send a telegram back from the next station to Ajmer, which is the turning-off place from the Bombay to Mo line as you travel westward. My friend had no money beyond 8 annas, which he wanted for dinner, and I had no money at all, owing to the hitch in the budget before mentioned. Further, I was going into a wilderness where, though I should resume touch with the Treasury, there were no telegraph offices. I was therefore unable to help him in any way. We might threaten the station master and make him send a wire on tick, said my friend, but that means inquiries for you and for me, and I've got my hands full these days. Did you say you're travelling back along this line within any days? Within 10, I said. Can't you make it 8? Said he. Mine is rather urgent business. I can send your telegram within 10 days, if that will serve you, I said. I couldn't trust the wire to fetch him now I think of it. It's this way. He leaves Delhi on the 23rd for Bombay. That means he'll be running through Ajmer about the night of the 23rd. But I'm going into the Indian desert, I explained. Well and good, said he. You'll be changing at Marwar Junction to get the Jodhpur territory. You must do that. And he'll be coming through Marwar Junction in the early morning of the 24th by the Bombay mail. Can you be at Marwar Junction on that time? It won't be inconveniencing you, because I know that there's precious few pickings to be got out of those Central India states, even though you pretend to be correspondent of the backwoodsmen. Have you ever tried that trick? I asked. Again and again, but the residents find you out, and then you get escorted to the border before you've time to get your knife into them. But about my friend here, I must get him a word of mouth to tell him what's come to me, or else he won't know where to go. I would take it more than kind of you if you was to come out of Central India in time to catch him at Marwar Junction and say to him, he has gone south for the week. He'll know what that means. He's a big man with a red beard, and a great swell he is. You'll find him sleeping like a gentleman, with all his luggage round him in a second-class compartment. But don't you be afraid. Slip down the window and say, he has gone south for the week, and he'll tumble. It's only cutting your time of stay in these parts by 2 days. I ask you as a stranger, going to the west, he said, with emphasis. Where have you come from? Said I. From the east, said he, and I'm hoping that you'll give him the message on the square, for the sake of my mother as well as your own. Englishmen are not usually softened by appeals to the memory of their mothers, but for certain reasons, which will be fully apparent, I saw fit to agree. It's more than a little matter, said he, and that's why I ask you to do it, and now I know that I can depend on you doing it. A second-class carriage at Marwar Junction, and a red-haired man asleep in it. You'll be sure to remember. I get out at the next station, and I must hold on there till he comes or sends me what I want. I'll give the message if I catch him, I said, and for the sake of your mother, as well as mine, I'll give you a word of advice. Don't try to run the Central India states just now as the correspondent of the backwoodsman. There's a real one knocking about here, and it might lead to trouble. Thank you, said he simply. And when will the swine be gone? I can't starve because he's ruining my work. I wanted to get hold of the Digamba Raja down here about his father's widow and give him a jump. What did he do to his father's window, then? Filled her up with red pepper and slippered her to death as she hung from a beam. I found that out myself, and I'm the only man that will dare going into the state to get hush money for it. They'll try to poison me, same as they did in Chort Namna when I went on the loot there. But you'll give the man at Marwar Junction my message. He got out at a little roadside station, and I reflected. I had heard more than once of men personating correspondents of newspapers and bleeding small native states with threats of exposure, but I had never met any of the caste before. They lead a hard life and generally die with great suddenness. The native states have a wholesome horror of English newspapers, which may throw light on their particular methods of government, and do their best to choke correspondents with champagne or drive them out of their mind with four-in-hand barouches. They do not understand that nobody cares a straw for the internal administration of native states, so long as oppression and crime are kept within decent limits, and the ruler is not drugged, drunk or diseased from one end of the year to the other. Native states were created by Providence in order to supply picturesque scenery, tigers and tall writing. They are the dark places of the earth, full of unimaginable cruelty, touching the railway and the telegraph on one side, and on the other, the days of the Harun al-Rashid. When I left the train, I did business with diverse kings, and in 8 days passed through many changes of life. Sometimes I wore dress clothes and consorted with princes and politicals, drinking from crystal and eating from silver. Sometimes I lay out upon the ground and devoured what I could get from a plate made of a flapjack, and drank the running water, and slept under the same rug as my servant. It was all in the day's work. And then I headed for the great Indian desert, upon the proper date as I had promised, and the night mail set me down at Marwar Junction, where a funny little happy-go-lucky native-managed railway runs to Jodhpur. The Bombay mail from Delhi makes a short halt at Marwar. She arrived as I got in, and I had just time to hurry to her platform and go down the carriages. There was only one second class on the train. I slipped the window and looked down upon a flaming red beard, half covered by a railway rug. That was my man, fast asleep, and I dug him gently in the ribs. He woke with a grunt, and I saw his face in the light of the lamps. It was a great and shining face. "Ticket again?" said he. "No," said I. "I am to tell you that he has gone south for the week. He is gone south for the week." The train had begun to move out. The red man rubbed his eyes. "He has gone south for the week," he repeated. "Now that's just his impudence. Did he say that I was to give you anything? 'Cause I won't." "He didn't," I said, and dropped away, and watched the red lights die out in the dark. It was horribly cold, because the wind was blowing off the sands. I climbed into my own train, not an intermediate carriage this time, and went to sleep. If the man with the beard had given me a rupee, I should have kept it as a memento of a rather curious affair, but the consciousness of having done my duty was my only reward. Later on I reflected. The two gentlemen, like my friends, could not do any good if they foregathered and personated correspondents of newspapers, and might, if they stuck up one of the little rat-trap states of central India or southern Rajputana, get themselves into serious difficulties. I therefore took some trouble to describe them as accurately as I could remember to people who would be interested in deporting them, and succeeded, so I was later informed, in having them headed back from the Digamba borders. Then I became respectable, and returned to an office where there were no kings and no incidents, except the daily manufacture of a newspaper. A newspaper office seems to attract every conceivable sort of person, to the prejudice of discipline. Zenana mission ladies arrive and beg that the editor will instantly abandon all his duties to describe a Christian prize-giving in a back slum of a perfectly inaccessible village. Colonels who have been overpassed for commands sit down and sketch the outline of a series of 10, 12, or 24 leading articles on seniority versus selection. Missionaries wish to know why they have not been permitted to escape from their regular vehicles of abuse, and swear at a brother missionary under special patronage of the editorial we. Stranded theatrical companies troop up to explain that they cannot pay for their advertisements, but on their return from New Zealand or Tahiti will do so with interest. Inventors of patent punka pulling machines, carriage couplings and unbreakable swords and axletrees call with specifications in their pockets and hours at their disposal. Tea companies enter and elaborate their prospectuses with the office pens. Secretaries of ball committees clamour to have the glories of their last dance more fully expounded. Strange ladies rustle in and say, "I want 100 ladies' cards printed at once, please," which is manifestly part of an editor's duty. And every dissolute ruffian that ever tramped the Grand Trunk Road makes it his business to ask for employment as a proofreader. And all the time the telephone bell is ringing madly, and kings are being killed on the continent, and empires are saying, "You're another," and Mr. Gladstone is calling down brimstone upon the British dominions, and little black copy boys are whining, "Ka piche haye," copy wanted, like tired bees, and most of the paper is as blank as Modred's shield. But that is the amusing part of the year. There are 6 other months wherein none ever come to call, and the thermometer walks inch by inch up to the top of the glass, and the office is darkened to just above reading light, and the press machines are red-hot of touch, and nobody writes anything but accounts of amusements in the hill stations or obituary notices. Then the telephone becomes a tinkling terror, because it tells you of the sudden deaths of men and women that you knew intimately, and the prickly heat covers you as with a garment, and you sit down and write. A slight increase of sickness is reported from the Kurajanta Khan district. The outbreak is purely sporadic in its nature, and thanks to the energetic efforts of the district authorities is now almost at an end. It is, however, with deep regret we record the death, etc., etc., etc. Then the sickness really breaks out, and the less recording and reporting, the better for the peace of the subscribers. But the empires and the kings continue to divert themselves as selfishly as before. And the foreman thinks that a daily paper really ought to come out once in 24 hours, and all the people at the hill stations, in the middle of their amusements, say, "Good gracious, why can't the paper be sparkling? I'm sure there's plenty going on up here." That is the dark half of the moon, and as the advertisements say, "Must be experienced to be appreciated." It was in that season, and a remarkably evil season, that the paper began running the last issue of the week on Saturday night, which is to say Sunday morning, after the custom of a London paper. This was a great convenience, for immediately after the paper was put to bed, the dawn would lower the thermometer from 96 to almost 84 for half an hour, and in that chill you have no idea how cold is 84 on the grass until you begin to pray for it. A very tired man could set off to sleep ere the heat roused him. One Saturday night it was my pleasant duty to put the paper to bed alone. A king or courtier or a courtesan or a community was going to die or get a new constitution or do something that was important on the other side of the world, and the paper was to be held open till the latest possible minute in order to catch the telegram. It was a pitchy black night, as stifling as a June night can be, and the loo, the red-hot wind from the westward, was booming among the tinder-dry trees and pretending that the rain was on its heels. Now and again a spot of almost boiling water would fall on the dust with the flop of a frog. But all our weary world knew that was only pretence. It was a shade cooler in the press room than the office, so I sat there while the type ticked and clicked, and the nightjars hooted at the windows, and the all but naked compositors wiped the sweat from their foreheads and called for water. The thing that was keeping us back, whatever it was, would not come off, though the loo dropped and the last type was set, and the whole round earth stood still in the choking heat with its finger on its lip to wait the event. I drowsed and wondered whether the telegraph was a blessing, and whether this dying man or struggling people was aware of the inconvenience the delay was causing. There was no special reason beyond the heat and worry to make tension, but as the clock hands crept up to 3 o'clock, and the machines spun their flywheels 2 and 3 times to see that all was in order, before I said the word that would set them off, I could have shrieked aloud. Then the roar and rattle of the wheels shivered the quiet into little bits. I rose to go away, but 2 men in white clothes stood in front of me. The first one said, "It's him." The second said, "So it is," and they both laughed almost as loudly as the machinery roared and mopped their foreheads. "We see there was a light burning across the road, and we were sleeping in that ditch there for coolness. And I said to my friend, the office is open. Let's come along and speak to him as turned us back from the Digumba state," said the smaller of the 2. He was the man I'd met in the Mo train, and his fellow was the red-bearded man of Marwar Junction. There was no mistaking the eyebrows of the one or the beard of the other. I was not pleased, because I wished to go to sleep, not to squabble with loafers. "What do you want?" I asked. "Half an hour's talk with you, cool and comfortable, in the office," said the red-bearded man. "We'd like some drink. The contract doesn't begin yet, Peachy, so you needn't look. But what we really want is advice. We don't want money. We ask you as a favour, because you did us a bad turn about Digumba." I led from the press room to the stifling office with the maps on the walls, and the red-haired man rubbed his hands. "That's something like," said he. "This was the proper shop to come to. Now, sir, let me introduce you to Brother Peachy Carnahan. That's him. And Brother Daniel Dravot. That is me. And the less said about our profession, the better, for we have been most things in our time. A soldier, a sailor, compositor, photographer, proofreader, street preacher, and correspondents of the backwoodsman when we thought the paper wanted one. Carnahan is sober, and so am I. Look at us first, and see that's sure. It will save you cutting into my talk. We'll take one of your cigars apiece, and you shall see us light." I watched the test. The men were absolutely sober, so I gave them each a tepid peg. "Well and good," said Carnahan of the eyebrows, wiping the froth from his moustache. "Let me talk now, Dan. We have been all over India, mostly on foot. We have been boiler fitters, engine drivers, petty contractors, and all that. And we have decided that India isn't big enough for such as us." They certainly were too big for the office. Dravot's beard seemed to fill half the room, and Carnahan's shoulders the other half, as they sat on the big table. Carnahan continued, "The country isn't half worked out, because they that governs it won't let you touch it. They spend all their blessed time in governing it, and you can't lift a spade, nor chip a rock, nor look for oil, nor anything like that, without the government saying, 'Leave it alone and let us govern.' Therefore, such as it is, we will let it alone and go to some other place where a man isn't crowded and can come to his own. We are not little men, and there is nothing that we are afraid of except drink, and we have signed a contract on that. Therefore we are going away to be kings. Kings in our own right, muttered Dravot. Yes, of course, I said. You've been tramping in the sun, and it's a very warm night, and hadn't you better sleep over the notion? Come tomorrow. Neither drunk nor sunstruck, said Dravot. We have slept over the notion half a year, and require to see books and atlases, and we've decided that there is only one place now in the world that 2 strong men can Sarawak. They call it Kafiristan. By my reckoning, it's the top right-hand corner of Afghanistan, not more than 300 miles from Peshawar. They have 32 heathen idols there, and we'll be the 33rd. It's a mountainous country, and the women of those parts are very beautiful. But that is provided against in the contract, said Carnehan. Neither women nor liquor, Daniel. And that's all we know, except that no one has gone there, and they fight, and in any place where they fight a man who knows how to drill, men can always be a king. We shall go to those parts and say to any king we find, Do you want me to vanquish your foes? And we will show him how to drill men. For that we know better than anything else. Then we will subvert the king and seize his throne and establish a dynasty. You'll be cut to pieces before you're 50 miles across the border, I said. You have to travel through Afghanistan to get to that country. It's one mass of mountains and peaks and glaciers, and no Englishman has been through it. The people are utter brutes, and even if you reached them, you couldn't do anything. That's more like, said Carnehan. If you could think us a little more mad, we would be more pleased. We have come to you to know about this country, to read a book about it, and to be shown maps. We want you to tell us that we are fools, and to show us your books. He turned to the bookcases. Are you at all in earnest? I said. A little, said Dravot sweetly. As big a map as you have got, even if it's all blank where Kafiristan is, and any books you've got we can read, though we aren't very educated. I uncased the big 32 miles to the inch map of India, and 2 smaller frontier maps, hauled down volume Inf to Khan of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, and the men consulted them. See here, said Dravot, his thumb on the map. Up to Jabdalak. Peachy and me know the road. We was there with Robert's army. We'll have to turn off to the right at Jagdalak, though, Lagman territory. Then we'll get among the hills. 14,000 feet. 15,000. It will be cold work there, but it don't look very far on the map. I handed him wood on the sources of the Oxus. Carnehan was deep in the encyclopaedia. They're a mixed lot, said Dravot reflectively, and it won't help us to know the names of their tribes. The more tribes, the more they'll fight, and the better for us. From Jagdalak to Ashang. But all the information about the country is as sketchy and inaccurate as can be, I protested. No one knows anything about it, really. Here's the file of the United Services Institute. Read what Bellew says. Blow, Bellew, said Carnehan. Dan, they're an all-fired lot of heathens, but this book here says they think they're related to us English. I smoked while the men pored over Ravity, wood, the maps, and the encyclopaedia. There is no use your waiting, said Dravot politely. It's about 4 o'clock now. We'll go before 6 o'clock if you want to sleep, and we won't steal any of the papers. Don't you sit up. We're 2 harmless lunatics, and if you come tomorrow evening down to the Serai, we'll say goodbye to you. You are 2 fools, I answered. You'll be turned back at the frontier, or cut up the minute you set foot in Afghanistan. Do you want any money, or a recommendation down country? I can help you to the chance of work next week. Next week we shall be hard at work ourselves, thank you, said Dravot. It isn't so easy being a king as it looks. When we've got our kingdom in going order, we'll let you know, and you can come up and help us govern it. Would 2 lunatics make a contract like that? Said Carnehan with subdued pride, showing me a greasy half-sheet of notepaper on which was written the following. I copied it then and there as a curiosity. This contract between me and you, pursuing witnesseth in the name of God, Amen, and so forth. 1. That me and you will settle this matter together, i.e., to be kings of Kafiristan. 2. That you and me will not, while this matter is being settled, look at any liquor, nor any woman, black, white, or brown, so as to get mixed up with one or the other harmful. 3. That we conduct ourselves with dignity and discretion, and if one of us gets into trouble, the other will stay by him. Signed by you and me this day, Peachy Talafero Carnehan, Daniel Dravot, both gentlemen at large. "There was no need for the last article," said Carnehan, blushing modestly, "but it looked regular. Now you know the sort of men that loafers are. We are loafers, Dan, until we get out of India, and you think that we would sign a contract like that unless we was in earnest. We have kept away from the two things that make life worth having. You won't enjoy your lives much longer if you're going to try this idiotic adventure. Don't set the office on fire," I said, "and go away before 9 o'clock. I left them, still poring over the maps and making notes on the back of the contract. "Be sure to come down to the Serai tomorrow," were their parting words. The Kamhasan Serai is the great four-square sink of humanity, where the strings of camels and horses from the north load and unload. All the nationalities of Central Asia may be found there, and most of the folk of India proper. Balkh and Bokhara there meet Bengal and Bombay, and try to draw eye-teeth. You can buy ponies, turquoises, Persian pussycats, saddlebags, fat-tailed sheep, and musk in the Kamhasan Serai, and many strange things for nothing. In the afternoon I went down there to see whether my friends intended to keep their word or were lying about drunk. A priest, attired in fragments of ribbons and rags, stalked up to me, gravely twisting a child's paper whirligig. Behind him was his servant, bending under the load of a crate of mud toys. The two were loading up 2 camels, and the inhabitants of the Serai watched them with shrieks of laughter. "The priest is mad," said a horse dealer to me. "He is going up to Kabul to sell toys to the Amir. He will either be raised to honour or have his head cut off. He came in here this morning and has been behaving madly ever since." "The Widlis are under protection of God," stammered a fat-cheeked Uzbek in broken Hindi. "They foretell future events." "Would they could have foretold that my caravan would have been cut up by the Shinwaris almost within shadow of the pass," grunted the Yusuf Sai, agent of the Rajputana trading house, whose goods had been feloniously diverted into the hands of other robbers just across the border, and whose misfortunes were the laughing stock of the bazaar. "Oh, hey, priest, whence come you, and whither do you go?" "From Rome have I come," shouted the priest, waving his whirligig. "From Rome, blown by the breath of 100 devils across the sea. All thieves, robbers, liars, of blessings of Pir Khan on pigs, dogs, and perjurers, who will take the protected of God to the north to sell charms that are never still to the Amir. The camels shall not go, the sons shall not fall sick, and the wives shall remain faithful while they are away, of the men who give me place in their caravan. Who will assist me to slipper the king of the Roos with a golden slipper with a silver heel? The protection of Pir Khan be upon his labours." He spread out the skirts of his gabardine and pirouetted between the lines of tethered horses. "There starts a caravan from Peshawar to Kabul in 20 days, Hazrat," said the Yusufzi trader. "My camels go therewith. Do you also go and bring us good luck?" "I will go even now," shouted the priest. "I will depart upon my winged camels and be at Peshawar in a day. Oh, Hazar Khan," he yelled at his servant, "drive out the camels, but let me first mount my own." He leapt on the back of his beast as it knelt, and turning round to me cried, "Come thou also, Sahib, a little along the road, and I will sell thee a charm, an amulet that shall make thee king of Kafiristan." Then the light broke upon me, and I followed the 2 camels out of the Serai till we reached open road, and the priest halted. "What do you think of that?" said he in English. "Carnehan can't talk the better, so I've made him my servant. He makes a handsome servant. It isn't for nothing that I've been knocking about the country for 14 years. Didn't I do that talk neat? We'll hitch onto a caravan at Peshawar till we get to Jagdalak, and then we'll see if we can get donkeys for our camels and strike into Kafiristan. Whirligigs for the Emir, O Law. Put your hand under the camel bags and tell me what you feel." I felt the butt of a martini, and another, and another. 20 of 'em, said Dravot placidly. 20 of 'em, and ammunition to correspond under the whirligigs and the mud dolls. "Heaven help you if you're caught with those things," I said. "A martini is worth her weight in silver among the pathans. 1,500 rupees of capital, every rupee we could beg, borrow, or steal, are invested on these 2 camels," said Dravot. "We won't get caught. We're going through the Khyber with a regular caravan. Who'd touch a poor, mad priest?" "Have you got everything you want?" I asked, overcome with astonishment. "Not yet, but we shall soon. Give us a memento of your kindness, brother. You did me a service yesterday, and that time in Mawar. Half my kingdom shall you have, as the saying is." I slipped a small charm compass from my watch chain and handed it up to to the priest. "Goodbye," said Dravot, giving me hand cautiously. "It's the last time we'll shake hands with an Englishman these many days. Shake hands with him, Carnehan," he cried, as the second camel passed me. Carnehan leaned down and shook hands. Then the camels passed away along the dusty road, and I was left alone to wonder. My eye could detect no failure in the disguises. The scene in Sarai attested that they were complete to the native mind. There was just the chance, therefore, that Carnehan and Dravot would be able to wander through Afghanistan without detection. But beyond, they would find death, certain and awful death. 10 days later, a native friend of mine, giving me the news of the day from Peshawar, wound up his letter with, "There has been much laughter here on the account of a certain mad priest who is going, in his estimation, to sell petty gauds and insignificant trinkets, which he ascribes as great charms to H.H. the Emir of Bokhara. He passed through Peshawar and associated himself to the second summer caravan that goes to Kabul. The merchants are pleased because, through superstition, they imagine that such mad fellows bring good fortune." The two, then, were beyond the border. I would have prayed for them, but that night a real king died in Europe and demanded an obituary notice. The wheel of the world swings through the same phases again and again. Summer passed, and winter thereafter, and came, and passed again. The daily paper continued, and I with it, and upon the third summer there fell a hot night, a night issue, and a strained waiting for something to be telegraphed from the other side of the world, exactly as had happened before. A few great men had died in the past 2 years. The machines worked with more clatter, and some of the trees in the office garden were a few feet taller. But that was all the difference. I passed over to the press room and went through just such a scene as I've already described. The nervous tension was stronger than it had been 2 years before, and I felt the heat more acutely. At 3 o'clock I cried, "Print off," and turned to go, when there crept to my chair what was left of a man. He was bent into a circle. His head was sunk between his shoulders, and he moved his feet one over the other like a bear. I could hardly see whether he walked or crawled, this rag-wrapped, whining cripple who addressed me by name, crying that he was come back. "Can you give me a drink?" he whimpered. "For the Lord's sake, give me a drink." I went back to the office, the man following with groans of pain, and I turned up the lamp. "Don't you know me?" he gasped, dropping into a chair, and he turned his drawn face, surmounted by a shock of grey hair, to the light. I looked at him intently. Once before had I seen eyebrows that met over the nose in an inch-broad black band, but for the life of me I could not tell where. "I don't know you," I said, handing him the whisky. "What can I do for you?" He took a gulp of the spirit, raw, and shivered in spite of the suffocating heat. "I've come back," he repeated, "and I was the king of Kafiristan, me and Dravot, crown kings we was. In this office we settled it. You, sitting there and giving us the books. I am Peachy Taliaferro, Carnehan, and you've been sitting here ever since. Oh, Lord." I was more than a little astonished, and expressed my feelings accordingly. "It's true," said Carnehan, with a dry cackle, nursing his feet, which were wrapped in rags. "True as gospel. Kings we were, with crowns upon our heads, me and Dravot. Poor Dan. Oh, poor Dan. That would never take advice. Not though I begged of him." "Take the whisky," I said, "and take your own time. Tell me all you can recollect of everything, from beginning to end. You got across the border on your camels, Dravot dressed as a mad priest, and you his servant. Do you remember that?" "I ain't mad yet, but I shall be that way soon. Of course I remember. Keep looking at me, or maybe my words will go all to pieces. Keep looking at me in my eyes, and don't say anything." I leaned forward and looked into his face as steadily as I could. He dropped one hand upon the table, and I grasped it by the wrist. It was twisted like a bird's claw, and upon the back was a ragged, red, diamond-shaped scar. "No, don't look there. Look at me," said Carnehan. "That comes afterward. But for the Lord's sake, don't distract me.
We left with that caravan, me and Dravert, playing all sorts of antics to amuse the people we were with. Dravert used to make us laugh in the evenings when all the people was cooking their dinners. And what did they do then? They lit little fires with sparks that went into Dravert's beard, and we all laughed, fit to die. Little red fires they was, going into Dravert's big red beard. So funny. His eyes left mine, and he smiled foolishly. You went as far as Jagdalak with that caravan, I said, at a venture, after you had lit those fires, to Jagdalak, where you turned off to try to get to Kafiristan. No, we didn't either. What are you talking about? We turned off before Jagdalak, because we heard the roads was good, but they wasn't good enough for our 2 camels, mine and Dravert's. When we left the caravan, Dravert took off all his clothes, and mine too, and said we would be heathen because the Kafirs didn't know Mohammedans to talk to them. So we dressed betwixt a between, and such a sight as Daniel Dravert I never saw yet, nor expect to see again. He burned half his beard, and slung a sheepskin over his shoulder, and shaved his head into patterns. He shaved mine too, and made me wear outrageous things to look like a heathen. That was in the most mountainous country, and our camels couldn't go along any more because of the mountains. They were tall and black, and coming home I saw them fight like wild goats. There are a lot of goats in Kafiristan, and those mountains, they never keep still. No more than goats. Always fighting, they are, and they don't let you sleep at night. Take some more whiskey, I said, very slowly. What did you and Daniel Dravert do when the camels could go no further because of the rough roads that led into Kafiristan? What? Did which? There was a party called Peachy Taliaferro Carnahan that was with Dravert. Shall I tell you about him? He died out there in the cold. Slapped from the bridge fell old Peachy, turning and twisting in the air like a penny whirligig that you can sell to the Emir. No, there was 2, 3 halfpence, those whirligigs, or I'm much mistaken and woeful sore. And then those camels were no use, and Peachy says to Dravert, for the Lord's sake, let's get out of this before our heads are chopped off. And with that, they killed the camels all among the mountains, not having anything in particular to eat. But first they took off the boxes with the guns and the ammunition, till 2 men came along, driving 4 mules. Dravert up and dances in front of them, singing. Sell me 4 mules, says the first man. If you are rich enough to buy, you are rich enough to rob. But before ever he could put his hand to his knife, Dravert breaks his neck over his knee, and the other party runs away. So Carnahan loaded the mules with the rifles that was taken off the camels, and together we starts forward into those bitter cold mountainous parts, and never a road broader than the back of your hand. He paused for a moment while I asked him if he could remember the nature of the country through which he had journeyed. I'm telling you straight as I can, my head isn't as good as it might be. They drove nails through it to make me hear better how Dravert died. The country was mountainous, and the mules were most contrary, and the inhabitants was dispersed and solitary. They went up, and down, and down, and that other party, Carnahan, was imploring of Dravert not to sing and whistle so loud, for fear of bringing down the tremendous avalanches. Dravert says if a king couldn't sing, it wasn't worth being a king, and whacked the mules over the rump. He never took no heed for 10 cold days. We came to a big level valley all among the mountains, and the mules were near dead.
So we killed them, not having anything special for them, or us, to eat. We sat up on the boxes and played odd and even with the cartridges that was jotted out. Then 10 men with bows and arrows ran down that valley, chasing 20 men with bows and arrows, and the row was tremendous. They was fair men, fairer than you or me, with yellow hair and remarkable well built. Says Trevor, unpacking the guns, this is the beginning of the business. We'll fight for the 10 men. With that, he fires 2 rifles at the 20 men, and he drops one of them 200 yards from the rock where we were sitting. The other men began to run, but Carnian and Dravett sits on the boxes, picking them off at all ranges up and down the valley. Then we goes up to the 10 men that had run across the snow too, and they fires a footy little arrows at us. Dravett, he shoots above their heads, and they all falls down flat. Then he walks over them and kicks them. And then he lifts them up and shakes hands all round to make them friendly like. He calls them and gives them the boxes to carry and waves his hand for all the world as though he was king already. And he takes the boxes and him across the valley and up the hill into a pine wood at the top, where there was 6 big stone idols. Dravett, he goes to the biggest, a fella they call Imbra, and lays a rifle and a cartridge at his feet, rubbing his nose, respectful with his own nose, patting him on the head, and saluting in front of it. He turns round to the men and nods his head and says, "That's all right. I'm in the know too, and all these old Jim Jams are my friends." And then he opens his mouth and points down to it. When the first man brings him food, he says, "No." And then, when the second man brings him food, he says no. But when one of the old priests and the boss of the village brings him food, he says yes, very haughty, and eats it slow. That was how we came to our first village, without trouble, just as though we'd tumbled from the skies. But we tumbled from one of those damn rope bridges, you see, and you couldn't expect a man to laugh much after that. "Take some more whiskey and go on," I said. "That was the first village you came into. How did you get to be king?" "I wasn't king," said Carnian. "Dravett, he was a king, and a handsome man. He looked with the gold crown on his head and all. He and the other party stayed in that village, and every morning Dravett sat by the side of the old Imbra, and the people came and worshipped. That was Dravett's order. Then a lot of men came into the valley, and Carnian and Dravett picked them off with the rifles before they knew where they was. It runs down into the valley and up again the other side, and finds another village, same as the first one. And the people all falls down flat on their faces, and Dravett says, "Now, what is the trouble between you 2 villages?" And the people points to a woman, fair as you or me, that was carried off. And Dravett takes her back to the first village and counts up the dead. 8 there was. For each dead man, Dravett pours a little milk on the ground and waves his arms like a whirligig, and "That's all right," says he. Then he and Carnian takes the big boss of each village by the arm and walks them down into the valley and shows them how to scratch a line with a spear right down in the valley. Gives each a sod of turf from both sides of the line. And then all the people comes down and shouts like the devil and all. And Dravett says, he says, "Go and dig the land and be fruitful and multiply," which they did, though they didn't understand. Then we asked the names of things in their lingo: bread and water and fire and idols and such. And Dravett leads the priest of each village up to the idol and says he must sit there and judge the people, and if anything goes wrong, he's to be shot. So next week they was all turning up the land in the valley as quiet as bees and much prettier, and the priests heard all the complaints and told Dravett in dumb show what it was all about. "This is just the beginning," says Dravot. "They think we're gods." He and Carnehan picks out 20 good men and shows them how to click a rifle and forms fours and advance in line, and they was very pleased to do so, and clever to see the hang of it. And then he takes out his pipe and his baccy pouch and leaves one at one village and one at the other, and off we two goes to see what was to be done in the next valley. That was all rock, and there was a little village there, and Carnehan says, "Send them to the old valley to plant," and takes them there and gives them some land that wasn't took before. They were a poor lot, and we bloodied them with a kid before letting them into the new kingdom. That was to impress the people, and then they settled down quiet, and Carnehan went back to Dravot, who had got into another valley, all snow and ice, and almost mountainous. There was no people there, and the army got afraid, so Dravot shoots one of them and goes on till he finds some people in a village, and the army explains unless the people wants to be killed, they had better not shoot their little matchlocks. For they had matchlocks. We made friends with the priest, and I stays there alone with two of the army, teaching the men how to drill, and a thundering big chief comes across the snow with carol drums and horns twanging, because he heard there was a new god kicking about. So Carnehan sights the brown of the men off a mile across the snow and wings one of them. And then he sends a message to the chief that unless he wished to be killed, he must come and shake hands with me and leave his arms behind. Well, the chief comes along first, and Carnehan shakes hands with him and whirls his arms about, same as Dravot used. And very much surprised that chief was, and strokes my eyebrows. And then Carnehan goes alone to the chief and asks him in dumb show if he had any enemy he hated. "I have," says the chief. So Carnehan reads out the pick of his men and sets the two of the army to show them drill, and at the end of 2 weeks the men can manoeuvre about as well as volunteers. So he marches with the chief to a great big plain on the top of a mountain, and the chief's men rushes into a village and takes it. We 3 martinis firing into the brown of the enemy. So we took that village too. And I give the chief a rag from my coat and says, "Occupy till I come," which was scriptural, by way of reminder. When me and the army was 1,800 yards away, I drops a bullet near him standing on the snow, and all the people falls flat on their faces. And then I sends a letter to Dravot, wherever he be, by land or by sea. At the risk of throwing the creature out of train, I interrupted. "How could you write a letter up yonder?" "The letter? The letter? Keep looking at me between the eyes, please. It was a string talk letter that we learned the way of it from a blind beggar in the Punjab." I remember that there had once come to the office a blind man with a knotted twig and a piece of string which he wound round the twig according to some cipher of his own. He could, after the lapse of days or hours, repeat the sentence which he'd reeled up. He had reduced the alphabet to 11 primitive sounds and tried to teach me his method, but failed. "I sent that letter to Dravot," said Carnehan, "and told him to come back, because the kingdom was growing too fast for me to handle." And then I struck for the first valley to see how the priests were working. They called the village we took along with the chief Bashkai, and the first village we took, Urhib. And the priest at Urhib, he was doing all right, but they had a lot of pending cases about land to show me, and some men from another village had been firing arrows at night. I went out and looked for that village and fired 4 rounds at it from 1,000 yards. That used all the cartridges I cared to spend, and I waited for Dravot, who had been away 2 or 3 months, and I kept my people quiet. Well, one morning I heard the devil's own noise of drums and horns,
And Dan Dravot marches down the hill with his army and a tail of hundreds of men, and which was the most amazing, a great gold crown on his head. "My God, Carnian," says Daniel, "this is a tremendous business, and we got the whole country. Fars is worth having. I am the son of Alexander by Queen Semiramis, and you're my younger brother, and a god too. It's the biggest thing we've ever seen. I've been marching and fighting for 6 weeks with the army, and every footy little village for 50 miles has come in rejoiceful, and more than that, I've got the key of the whole show, as you'll see, and I've got a crown for you." I told them to make 2 of them at a place called Shoe, where the gold lies in the rock like suet in mutton. Gold I've seen, and turquoise I've kicked out of the cliffs, and there's garnets in the sands of the river, and there's a chunk of amber that a man brought me. "Call up all the priests," he says, "and here, take your crown." One of the men opens a black hair bag, and I slips the crown on. It was too small and too heavy, but I wore it for the glory. Hammered gold it was, £5 weight, like a hoop of a barrel. "Peachy," says Dravot, "we don't want to fight no more. The craft's the trick, so help me." And he brings forward that same chief that I left at Bashkai. Billy Fish, we called him afterward, 'cause he was so like Billy Fish that drove the big tank engine at Mac on the Bolan in the old days. "Shake hands with him," says Dravot, and I shook his hands and nearly dropped, for Billy Fish gave me the grip. I said nothing, but tried him with the fellow craft grip. He answers all right, and I tried the master's grip, but that was a slip. "A fellow craft he is," I says to Dan. "Does he know the word?" "He does," says Dan, "and all the priests know. It's a miracle. The chiefs and the priests can follow a fellow craft lodge in a way that's very like ours, and they've cut the marks on the rocks, but they don't know the 3rd degree, and they come to find out. It's God's truth. I've known these long years that the Afghans knew up to the fellow craft degree, but this is a miracle. A god and Grand Master of the craft am I, and a lodge in the 3rd degree I will open, and raise the head priests and the chiefs of the villages." "Well, it's against the law," I says, "holding a lodge without warrant from anyone, and we never held office in any lodge." "It's a master stroke of policy," says Dravot. "It means running the country as easy as a 4-wheel bogey on a downgrade. We can't stop to inquire now, or they'll turn against us. I've 40 chiefs at my heel, and passed and raised according to their merit they shall be. Billet these men on the villages, and see that we run up a lodge of some kind. The Temple of Imbra will do for the lodge room. The women must make aprons, as you showed them. I'll hold a levy of chiefs tonight, and they lodge tomorrow." I was fair run off me legs, but I wasn't such a fool as not to see what a pull this craft business gave us. I showed the priests' families how to make aprons of the degrees, but for Dravot's apron the blue border and marks was made of turquoise lumps on white hide, not cloth. We took a great square stone in the temple for the master's chair, and little stones for the officers' chairs, and painted the black pavement with white squares, and did what we could to make things regular. At the levee, which was held that night on the hillside with big bonfires, Dravot gives out that him and me were gods, and sons of Alexander, and past Grand Masters in the craft, and was come to make Kafiristan a country where every man should eat in peace and drink in quiet, and specially obey us. And then the chiefs came round to shake hands, and they was so hairy and white and fair, it was just shaking hands with our friends. We gave them names according as they was like men we had known in India. Billy Fish, Holly Dilworth, Picky Gurgan, that was the bazaar master when I was at Mao, and so on, and so on. The most amazing miracle was at lodge next night. One of the old priests was watching us continuous, and I felt uneasy.
for I knew he'd have to fudge the ritual, and I didn't know what the men knew. The old priest was a stranger coming from beyond the village of Bashkai. The minute Dravot puts on the master's apron that the girls had made for him, the priest fetches a whoop and a howl and tries to overturn the stone that Dravot was sitting on. "It's all up now," I says. "That comes of meddling with the craft without warrant." Dravot never winked an eye, not when 10 priests took and tilted over the Grand Master's chair, which was, to say, the stone of Imbra. The priest begins rubbing the bottom of it to clear away the black dirt, and presently he shows all the other priests the master's mark, the same as on Dravot's apron, cut into the stone. Not even the priests of the Temple of Imbra knew it was there. The old chap falls flat on his face at Dravot's feet and kisses him. "Luck again," says Dravot across the lodge to me. "They say it's a missing mark that no one could understand the why of. We're more than safe now." And then he bangs the butt of his gun for a gavel and says, "By virtue of the authority vested in me by my own right hand, and the help of Peachy, I declare myself Grand Master of all Freemasonry and Kafiristan in this, the mother lodge of the country, and King of Kafiristan equally with Peachy." At that, he puts on his crown. I put on mine. I was doing senior warden, and we opens the lodge in most ample form. It was an amazing miracle. The priests moved in lodge through the first 2 degrees almost without telling, as if the memory was coming back to them. After that, Peachy and Dravot raised such as was worthy, high priests and chiefs of far-off villages. Billy Fish was the first. I can tell you, we scared the soul out of him. It was not in any way according to ritual, but it served our turn. We didn't raise more than 10 of the biggest men, because we didn't want to make the degree common, and they was clamouring to be raised. "In another 6 months," says Dravot, "we'll hold another communication and see how you're working." And then he asks them about their villages, and learns that they was fighting one against the other and were very sick and tired of it. And when they wasn't doing that, they was fighting with the Mohammedans. "You can fight those when they come into our country," says Dravot. "Tell off every 10th man of your tribes for a frontier guard, and send 200 at a time to this valley to be drilled. Nobody's going to be shot or speared any more, so long as he does well, and I know that you won't cheat me because you're white people, sons of Alexander, and not like common black Mohammedans. You are my people, and by God, says he, running off into English at the end, I'll make a damn fine nation of you, or I'll die in the making." Well, I can't tell all we did for the next 6 months, because Dravot did a lot I couldn't see the hang of, and he learned their lingo in a way I never could. And my work was to help the people plough, and now and again go out with some of the army and see what other villages was doing, and make 'em throw rope bridges across the ravines, which cut up the country horrid. Dravot was very kind to me. But when he walked up and down in the pine wood, pulling that bloody red beard of his with both fists, I knew he was thinking plans I could not advise him about. And I just waited for orders. But Dravot never showed me disrespect before the people. They were afraid of me and the army, but they loved Dan. He was the best of friends with the priests and the chiefs, but anyone could come across the hills with a complaint, and Dravot would hear 'em out fair, and call 4 priests together and say what was to be done. He used to call him Billy Fish from Bashkai, and Picky Kurgan from Shu, and an old chief we called Kafusalam. He was like enough to his real name, and hold councils with them when there was any fighting to be done in small villages. That was his council of war, and the 4 priests of Bashkai, Shu, Kawak, and Medora, was his privy council. Between the lot of them they sent me, with 40 men and 20 rifles and 60 men, carrying turquoises into the Gorban country to buy those handmade Martini rifles that come out of the Amir's workshops at Kabul, from one of the Amir's Hirati regiments. That would have sold the very teeth out of their mouths for turquoises. I stayed in Gorband a month, and I gave the governor there the pick of my baskets for hush money, and bribed the colonel of the regiment some more. And between the two and the tribespeople, we got more than 100 handmade martinis, 100 good Kohat Jezales that'll throw to 600 yards, and 40 man loads of very bad ammunition for the rifles. I came back with what I had, and distributed them among the men that the chief sent me to drill. Dravot was too busy to attend to these things, but the old army that we first made helped me, and we turned out 500 men that could drill, and 200 that knew how to hold arms pretty straight. Even those corkscrewed handmade guns was a miracle to them. Dravot talked big about powder shops and factories, walking up and down in the pine wood when the winter was coming on. "I won't make a nation," says he. "I'll make an empire. These men aren't niggers. They're English. Look into their eyes. Look at their mouths. Look at the way they stand up. They sit on chairs in their own houses. They're the lost tribes, or something like it, and they've grown to be English. I'll take a census in the spring, if the priests don't get frightened. There must be a fair 2 million of them in the hills. The villages are full of little children. 2 million people, 250,000 fighting men, and all English. They only want the rifles and a little drilling. 250,000 men. They're ready to cut in on Russia's right flank when she tries for India. Peachy man, he says, chewing his beard in great hunks. We shall be emperors, emperors of the earth."